All right, everybody. Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone. All right, so I'm just coming on now, Sunday, um, May 31st. Tomorrow is June 1. And tomorrow morning, I'm going to go to the SEC, and I've got a couple of other things to do. So it's possible that I'm not going to be able to get on. Well, probably later in the day, but I think um, we should go through the earnings, uh, and I would expect, I mean, it's hard to predict, but I would expect that the heaviness, the complex of corruption is going to try to hit the stock tomorrow. At some point, it's not going to work when they do this, by the way, and you're not going to know when that time comes. And the stock will be up, and you'll go, "What the heck just happened?" That'll come at some point. But let's first go over how much you own. You own 21,500,000 shares. 21,500,000 shares of Railtown. Can you believe it? How much you own? 21,500,754 shares. Pretty amazing. Ricky Brogan sent me the earnings today. So I think that justifies having a call. And I appreciate it that he sent them. But, you know, as I expected, and I think we've discussed, there's nothing there. I mean, there's not a lot. But we'll go through them. We'll go through them. And I think it's all good. I think it's good because June 1 o'clock tomorrow is the end of the government procurement deadline, whatever you call it, the CSIP. I think that's a big deal. I think July 2nd or 1st, whenever the CEO for TELUS takes over, the new one, I think that's about it for our waiting. It could be any time, but planning ahead, I think as soon as TELUS's new guy gets in, I can't imagine what else they're going to wait for in terms of either pulling the switch or telling the world about their capacity at Rimouski and Kamloops or whatever it is. But, you know, frankly, what might be holding up Railtown's news flow could be something completely unrelated to TELUS. But TELUS is all we know about, so that's what I think it's going to be, but it could be something else. All right, it's 8:51. Um, I'm just checking quickly to see about war. And it looks like we've dodged a bullet. There doesn't seem to be any war. All right. So we'll get into it. Uh, um, Brandon, we'll get down to Brandon's comment. You guys don't even understand. Well, maybe I'm misinterpreting what he said. Let's go down here. Ricky Brogan, hi, William and Krug. Thanks for the earnings. I wouldn't have seen it until tomorrow if you hadn't sent it to me. Jack Hamilton, good evening. Mr. William. Jack Hamilton, cheers, Ricky B. Frank Anastasio, hello, William and all. Ricky Broken, hi. Jack Hamilton. Darren Collins, Sir William, good evening. Jack Hamilton, definitely thank you for sharing, Ricky B. Brandon Judkins, hi, William. Hi, Brandon. All right, so here's where I misinterpreted. Brandon says, I'm adding more rails slowly. I wouldn't be slow about it. I would not be slow about it. On the other hand, what you might mean is that's what you're able to do. That's like me. I mean, I probably won't be able to add any, but if I were able to, it would be slowly. But if you have the desire, you have the ability, I wouldn't wait. What people you haven't experienced ever, in my judgment. You had the enormous runs in AME and GMC, and then you had some of these short squeeze stocks, but you never experienced a stock just suddenly going up, really for no apparent reason. You're like, hey, whoa, wait a minute, why is that up? I don't know, making it up. Why is that up $2? And when it happens, I doubt you will, when Railtown sort of breaks out, I doubt you'll understand why. It's possible that it'll be this, maybe TELUS says something and then somebody else says something and it goes up. It might be that way, but I have a feeling the stock's going to go up first, and you're going. I mean, the only reason I hesitate is there is a prohibition on buying for the people that know the story and maybe signed an NDA or a non-compete or a standstill, whatever it's called for them, saying, or it's just the rules. They're not allowed to buy because they are in possession of material public information. But anyway, Brandon, you're going to be surprised one day, I believe, and all of a sudden the stock's going to be out of your price range. Frankly, as it goes up, I think it'll be worth buying. It'll probably be worth buying all the way to $5, $6, $7, $8. And then maybe there's a reason not to stop. But I think this is a stock that could be $35 in a fairly short period of time. I'm not saying one day. It could be, but I don't think so. I think it's going to take an awareness that their projected revenues, could be, I don't know, let's say exiting 2026, their projected revenues could be 100, 150 million forward 12 months, with projections that exiting 2027, it could be double that. Then you're going to see the stock move. And if the stock gets to, assuming we don't have a collapse in the market yet, if the projections are for that kind of revenue and the stock gets a 35, 50 multiple, you are talking about a $30 stock. And I'm just not sure it's going to be slow when it finally gets. I know it's been slow this entire time, but I'm just not sure it's going to be slow once it starts to experience awareness and people want to buy it, but I don't know. RLAIF. Hi, William. We were told by a shill that you weren't coming back and gave up on Railtown. When they tell you that? I was live on Friday, wasn't I? So I didn't go live yesterday. I went out early yesterday with a book on Israel called Israel, What Went Wrong by Omar Bartloff. And I went, where did I go? Anyway, I walked all over DC and ended up at a park. It was just a gorgeous, gorgeous day. So by the time I got back, I was pretty knackered, and I didn't go live yesterday, but it was Saturday. And today, there's a lot of noise upstairs, saws and banging and hammer. I don't know about hammering, but other construction noises. And I just left early again, and I went out, and I had a great day. I went to museum and read some more and sat outside. But man, what another gorgeous day. So and then I just went to mass and with my sister and had dinner. So I hope I didn't. I don't know where there was much of a gap in my coverage, but it's been glorious weather, and it's been hard to stay inside when the sky's so blue, the clouds are white, the breezes are just gentle, the green, all the trees are just young green, and then the dogs. I had a dog come up to me today, one of those sort of golden retriever dogs, and he or she, I couldn't tell all the hair, but came over to say hi, and I said hi, and then all of a sudden the dog jumps up with both paws and his big pink tongue and nose. It was great. So I haven't been on, but it's not because I'm trying to avoid it. I wonder what it means, Adela. It might mean, I just had a thought. I hope it doesn't mean that. But it might mean that they're in trouble. It'd be interesting. But don't listen to the devils. And I was thinking about it today. I was remembering one woman who I think sent me $20 or $30, and then I offended her somehow. She was very nice, and I just can't remember how I did it, but I was thinking about it. You know, and I don't know why that happens, but I do react. Well, I know some political stuff or geopolitical stuff or other thoughts that flow through my processing, which people could probably do without. But hey, I can't talk football or golf. And but anyway, I get upset sometimes, and it's because of the devils, and I see them everywhere, which isn't necessarily fair. But what they count on, Adela, is that we're all gentlemen or gentle ladies, and they can do whatever the hell they want. It's the oddest thing. And I think in most cases, you have to assume the worst until, our nature is generally to assume the best of other people. But if someone is giving the shorts message, it's best to assume the worst. It's not always the case that they're in on it. It's just the devil's gotten into their head. But we just got to ignore these devils. We just have to. That's amazing, Adela. Thank you for telling me. Maybe it means they're trapped. And if they are, that could mean a short squeeze, which I really don't want to happen. I really don't. But let's just pay attention. I don't want this to be turned into a hot money investment or trade. It's more of an investment than hot money time. Okay, here comes the negative. Here comes the negative. So Volstoy King is a short. Guys, remember that. Volstoy King is a short. Or he's an idiot in terms of this story. I'm sure he's a very talented guy, but he doesn't know the story. So here's his question. Questions on earnings, Railtown, shows 0. All right, so let's get into it. That's exactly what I expect tomorrow to be. Guys like this, getting you thinking about, well, why doesn't Railtown have any earnings if it's such a great story? That's what I want to talk about tonight. My contention to you is, if we satisfied this kind of thinking, which is the thinking of someone that doesn't understand the story and is a day trader, churn the money, churn, flip, move from one stock to the other, and it's all waste of time. You'll lose your money. But the argument is, well, they have no earnings. It's got to be a bad stock. And then it's the Tony the Tiger. Well, you got to wait 2 years. Guys and girls, it's just not the story here. That is just not the story. You had a company, Railtown, founded probably 7 years ago, 6.5, 7 years ago. Doesn't matter what you see in the documents. They rolled into, or they acquired, or they went public by essentially taking over a shell, Railtown Capital. You don't have to get buried down in all that. 2 guys who have done, all they've done with their lives is software and software financing, got together and they said, hey, you remember when we would be building software and there would be a bug, or there'd be an invasion of a virus, or somebody made a mistake and everything was about to collapse and it's all hands on deck. The red lights are flashing, the klaxon bells are ringing, and everything had to stop and everyone had to spend weeks fixing it, or the company went down, the client. And the one said to the other, why don't we get together and fix that? No one ever fixes that. Why don't we fix it? And the other said, I've been thinking the same thing. But instead of doing it, and I'm fast forwarding, instead of doing it SDK, SaaS, although their product can work there, why don't we leap ahead for AI software as a solution? Let's go from SDKs to ADKs. Why don't we be early, and why don't we have a product that's ready when the compute power leaps to massive power through data centers and through other advancements in chips? Why don't we be early? So that's what they did. They got together. They called up Microsoft, because they had both worked at, I forget the name right now, ReSAS or one of the other companies that they worked at. They have built companies before and flipped them, sold them. The only one they didn't sell was an analog of Facebook, to my memory. I might be confusing that with a company that I financed myself. But there was one, no, Dropbox. They were premature. They designed a company that was a Dropbox, but they did it before the App Store. And so that company didn't get sold, but the other 5 did. And anyway, one of them called up Microsoft and said, hey, are you guys doing this? Nope. But we love it. What a great idea. Well, do you think you're going to do it? No, we got our hands full. We got more business than we can say grace over, but we'd like to help you out. All right, well, what do you need? Well, why don't you give us a white paper? And so they spent 6 months designing it, writing up a white paper, getting the best IP attorneys they could find, and getting Microsoft to sign an NDA or whatever they signed. They submitted it to Microsoft, and I'm paraphrasing, and the best person to hear this from directly is Corey. They submitted it, and Microsoft said, perfect. We'll help you. Now, I'll let him tell you how they helped him. I think it's fairly standard, but they helped. And so Railtown became embedded in all of Microsoft's products, and I think vice versa. And that's how they started. Now, that was before ChatGPT. That's when Volstoy King was getting you to chase AME and GMC. Like that was going to make you rich. So they built it out. They did it up in Canada, where they had great software engineers, and they do things up there for a fraction of the cost of Palo Alto. Fraction. And they had a head start. But after their initial investment money, their friends and family investment money, angel round investment money, they needed more money. So they went public on the CSE. raised money. Now, sometimes cheaper than where the stock's trading today, but really not altogether a different price range than where it is now. But that was 6, 7 years ago, and 5 years and 4 years. You know, we've had to wait, some of us, a little over a year. And if new people are getting in, I don't think you're waiting more than 1 or 2 months. But others have been in there for years. So they got going, and they raised a bit of money, and then they decided, you know, we need to go down to the United States to raise really big bucks. So like every CEO, every ill-advised CEO, everyone that's guided by the financial markets, which are set up for the slaughter of CEOs and shareholders, they're guided to the over-the-counter market. So they listed there. Thank the good Lord above that ChatGPT came out before they went to Jeff Easton, before they went to Kurt Kramer, before they went to Ari Rubinstein and the rest of these ilk, and got so-called financing. Because guess what? Once ChatGPT reverberated around the financial world, all of a sudden everyone understood what AI was. All of a sudden everyone understood this forward vision of these two geniuses, along with Dr. Rambling Jack Elliott, why they got started early. And they still needed money, but they didn't need to take it from a toxic bird dog for the hedge funds to destroy them. So they went out, Volstoy King, you idiot, asshole for asking these questions the way you do. If you really had paid attention, you wouldn't do this. So pardon me for calling you what I think, or not you personally, but what I think these questions are. But anyway, Railtown had products. They had different names, and instead of taxing my memory what they called them, they had rail tracks, but they had Lang Chain, they had sorry, not Lang Chain, Lang Tracks, and yeah, I can't remember the different names that you see popping up in their previous filings. But as this ChatGPT awareness went around, Railtown started tightening up some of the names of what they were marketing. And they had rail tracks, conductor, and they were finishing up rail engine. And they also built sort of a collaborative tool that teams could use, like a screen. I forgot what it was called. But they were ready to go, Volstoy King. And so they started going to conferences. They started marketing their product, one company at a time. And essentially, what they did is, you know this, Volstoy King, unless you're just an idiot day trader and you have no curiosity. But technology companies often give away their product so they can hook the users. It's a little like you guys do with your ideas. You hook them. You hook everybody on a GMC and then you got them. You know, it's the same model. Or a heroin dealer gives a little bit out, hooks them, and then has revenue for as long as his customers are alive. Same model you guys follow. Once you hook people into this trading and this idea that they can day trade, which very few can, and that there's a secret that you have of how to find a stock that's going to go up, and you just have to count it out on the chart, and you got to get in, and all that manipulation. Once you hook people, you can have huge paydays with your manipulations until the clients kill themselves financially. So you got to keep finding new customers, and you got to come where there's action, because you can't do it with your computers unless there's real money at risk. You need to come where there's money to steal and to play with people's minds and actually get them thinking that the ideas you have, Volstoy King, are actually investing or actually things that people should even spend a minute thinking about. But that's your game. That's not my game. But it's a similar thing that these technology companies do. They get their customers hooked and bought in on their technology service essentially for free. And then once the customer's committed and likes it, or it's too complicated to transfer, they start charging. So that's one strategy technology companies have, giving it away from free. What does that mean, Tolstoy King? No revenue, no earnings. And the metric that matters is claiming the beachhead. And that's stocks from Amazon to Facebook to other apps that we all have used. Anyway, that's a tried and true method. Now, what's the difference with AI? AI agents and AI software technology, it's self-learning. So Railtown put out its products to, you ever hear of beta? Not you, beta male. I'm not talking about you, beta male. I'm talking about beta testing. Beta. They put it out as beta. They get customers to give it away to free, but what do they get in return? They get how customers are using the AI. How customers, what are the use cases? What are they asking for? And on top of it, the AI agents learn. They're self-learning. So what does Railtown get for all that, Volstoy King? Battle-hardened, self-learning, best in the business orchestration layer. At least that's my opinion. There's a lot of competition now trying to catch up like LangChain. And then you're going to ask, what about revenues? Because I'm so smart. I'm Volstoy King. I don't have time to do any studying on my own. I'm so busy day trading and checking out charts. And I know that all the information I need is in the price of the stock, and I don't have to do the hard work. But if you did do the hard work, you'd look up LangChain. And you would see that Sequoia and the rest of this cohort of investment banks financed LangChain post money at 1.25 billion on next to nothing revenue compared to a 1.25 billion. But that doesn't bother you because that's private. There's nothing for you to do to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt, so you can scare people out of this stock where they're going to make money into one of your crappy ideas that you're getting paid to do. So anyway, Railtown battle hardened, self-learning, product ready to go, hits the hustings. They still do it. They're going to the conferences. They're doing the sales calls. They're pitching their product. 2 years ago, 2024, Railtown goes to AI After Dark in British Columbia, or whatever the hell it's called, the biggest, best AI conference in Canada. And there they run into Dr. Tom Core, smarter than you, all day of the week, all month, his entire career, he's smarter than you. Mike Norbrega, same thing. His career is a real career, not bullshit day trading. Mike Norbrega, for a decade, ran OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement Fund. One of the largest pension funds in Canada. You couldn't even get the job. But he did it for approximately a decade. That's not all he's done in his life either. While he was there, he funded Leonard, I forget Leonard's first name, this kind of nerdy quasi-banker, had a great idea. He funded Constellation Software's big early round for $25 million. Constellation Software went from under $10 a share, I think $1 a share, to $5,000 a share with a simple model. We're going to go to the smaller software, vertical software companies and the niche software as a service companies. We're going to buy them. We're going to offer them capital, know-how, and cross-market selling. And we're going to leave the people at those companies in place. And we're going to take a bit of the revenue. Constellation Software made investors in Canada rich beyond their dreams. And that was Mike Norbrega that funded that. Well, you know, at OMERS, he worked with somebody else called John Ruffalo. Now, John Ruffalo doesn't day trade like a cocky mofo. But John Ruffalo was young like you, full of energy, full of ideas, but he had a work ethic that you don't share with him. And while he was at OMERS, he learned how to invest in technology stocks, but he established OMERS Ventures with the specific purpose of putting the pension money in technology companies. And to my memory, he funded 40 excellent technology companies. He also was part of that financing for Leonard's Constellation Software. Well, what did those guys do upon retirement? Well, John Ruffalo left and he started his own venture capital firm called Mavericks. He raised $500 million. He had such loyal clientele and he had such a vision and he had such a work ethic. And it didn't come from day trading crap. That when he was hit by a lorry while he was biking for exercise, and he's now in a wheelchair. He raised most of that money from the hospital bed. Mavericks 1. He's now raised Mavericks 2 for a similar amount of money. What did Mike Norbrega and John Ruffalo do? They founded AIP Ventures, a network. AIP Network Partners with Dr. Tom Core and a guy that worked his entire career and headed up AI for IBM in Canada, Pat Horgan. He actually had a career and worked his butt off, unlike your flight and fleet and float. I don't know what you're going to do when you're 50. You have no skills. Looking at charts. It's idiotic. But anyway, Tolstoy King, they started this company on the same model as Constellation Software. What was their idea? Their idea was this. We know that Canada, federal, province, local governments are dedicated to turning Canada's surfeit of water, its surfeit of energy, and its glorious universities and smart people, technological know-how, into a national campaign to make Canada one of the premier AI powerhouses in this next world economy. I mean, Canada's already in the top 11 or 10 economies in the world anyway, but they want to be a powerhouse combining energy, AI, and keeping, and all the brain power in Canada, but keeping not just the raw material, the end product, the profits from the end product in Canada. And of course, these gentlemen are totally clued into this, and they realize, unlike you do, you look at charts, they realize what's coming in AI, and they said, why don't we start up a similar software network or a company, but we'll start with a network like Constellation Software. So they founded AIP Network Partners. They built up approximately 160 AI software as a solution companies, carefully curated into their network. That 165 companies were doing about 400 million in annual recurring revenue, and they were selling their services to over 5,000 end user companies. That's now essentially 200 companies, and it's over 500 million. But this group was at the British Columbia Art After Dark, AI After Dark conference, and they run into or are introduced to Corey Brandolini, Marwan Haddad, and Dr. Rambling Jack Elliott. Of course, the discussion went, why don't you join our network? The answer, yes, we will. As Mike Norbrega, Dr. Tom Core, John Ruffalo, and Pat Horgan got to know Railtown, the discussion that they did not have, as far as I know, with any of the other 165 companies, the discussion became, why don't you buy us? Now, Volstoy King, did they make that decision or that request based on revenue, based on earnings that your puny brain is focused on? I mean, you're just a walking contradiction. You use charts to trade with, which revenue and earnings have nothing to do with. But then you come on here in all seriousness asking us to get worried about, well, Railtown doesn't have any revenue. They don't have any earnings. Good luck when you're 50, 60 years old. Good luck. I think it's time for you to start doing something else with your life. This shieldom, this being paid, this latter stage financial market mania that you're surfing the waves on, it's not going to be around for you. But anyway, these gentlemen who are a lot smarter, a lot more accomplished, and they understand AI far better than you do, Tolstoy King. If they listened to you, they'd be toast. But they made the request to Railtown, why don't you buy us? Why don't we collaborate? Had nothing to do with revenue. Had nothing to do with earnings. It had to do with what Railtown's technology was and is. I mean, there's one feature that probably doesn't necessarily say that Railtown's product's better than anything out of Palo Alto. One feature is Railtown is Canadian. That probably doesn't have a lot to do with is it first in class or best in class, but it is Canadian. So it's got the entire backing of the Canadian governments, the Canadian universities, the Canadian think tanks, and all of Canada's financial acumen and wealth behind it. More than you can say about your career or your ideas. So that was over around November of 24. It gets into the holidays, November 24. February 11th, 2005, Tolstoy King, Railtown announces, to your friends' enjoyment, Railtown announces that they are going to acquire AIP network partners. They put out an announcement because the regulators require it, the attorneys tell them to do it, their board, everybody says you got to do it this way. They have no choice. The headline read, MOU, The next paragraph, LOI, over the next few weeks, one of the groups you know very well, the notorious aider and abettor to the shorts, Canaccord Genuity, as their exclusive banker. Doesn't mean the whole company is in on it. Probably it's just a little tiny sliver. But this is all perfect for the automatic, algorithmic, program, computerized selling of Railtown stock. Two goals in mind: drive the price down so you break up the deal, investors escape, and you make a profit. And you can then drive it to being seller boxed. That's one reason they start. The other reason is, well, they're going to need capital. If they merge, they're going to need capital. Drive it down, let them merge, but we can call our friends at Canaccord to do a toxic financing, and we got the money because we sold it down. It's sitting in our accounts. We can just transfer that money, do that toxic deal, and then destroy the company and seller box the combined company. It works every time, as you know, Volstoy King. That's how you get a lot of your monthly checks from these guys, in my opinion. So the selling onslaught began. Selling stock that doesn't exist. Selling stock that was not located, was not owned, and was not borrowed. It was done algorithmically, intraday, intra-week, intra-month, with positions held, and it started February 11th, 2025. Simultaneously, while the regulators require companies to shoot themselves in the foot by making this announcement, because the argument is we've got to let all the investors know. But the regulators don't require the computerized short selling computers to announce that they're about to start a campaign of selling hundreds, if not millions, if not tens of millions of shares of stock that does not exist, with the entire goal of seller boxing the stock. The regulators do not require that to be announced to shareholders, to potential investors, because the regulators are in on it. The attorneys are in on it. The bankers are in on it. And you come here cocky, bragging, basically, proud that you make your money off this system. To me, it's evil. And those who share in the profits, well, I'm not going to finish my thought on that. So the selling and 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 the selling started February 11th. Now there's good news there. These are some smart fellas. And they're combining and creating a great company. But when do you guys care about that? You destroyed MMAT. You destroyed Torchlight. You tried to destroy Wolf. You tried to destroy NRG. Why do you care about a good fundamental story? You just want to steal and rob, pickpocket, or knock them over the head, drag them back behind the shed, grab the keys, and go raid their safe. You want it all. And then you come on cocky here and essentially brag that you, better than the guys at AIP, better than the guys at Railtown, better than the insiders who have purchased Railtown, better than the BlackBerry guys. You are able to determine that, oh my gosh, they don't have any revenue. They don't have any earnings. You are smarter than Mike Laparadidis and Fragan. You. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. So that was February 11th of 2025. And there were a lot of catalysts and a lot of potential things happening. I personally think that Dr. Tom Core, for all of his reputation, which is excellent, for all of his brain power and strategy abilities, which is excellent, he's a professor. I don't think he was, I'm not sure he knew how to talk to his legal team, who might have been compromised by your buddies. I'm not sure he knew how to deal with the regulators. So a process of acquiring AIP that probably should have gotten done within 90 days took well over 6 months. I think I got to do the arithmetic, but it took from February to the end of November to finish. Well, the entire time there were uplifts in excitement. I don't believe any buying that we've done in the United States has affected the price at all. But in Canada, there were uplifts in the price at least twice, once over the summer and once in the September-October range, in anticipation of things that were going to happen. One of them being closing the AIP deal. But every time it ran up, your buddies with the algorithm selling, they just pull their parameters back. They pull back on their volume. They let it run up. And then the computers are always probing, always probing, always probing. And when they finally sense that retail basically is done buying, they start selling more, start selling more. And they can bring it down significantly over 2 or 3 months. Why? Because no news was allowed to be announced from the good side. During that period of time, no buying could come from institutions or, more importantly, large retail investors who knew the story or are in the space. Couldn't happen. So advantage goes to the criminals. In my opinion, it's all criminal action. Although Bill Clinton made part of it legal, which doesn't surprise me. Obama allowed the break up the banks, and that was the coup de grace. George Bush had the SEC push forward Reg Show. Beautiful. For you. But the problem with the gentleman approach of a Dr. Tom Core, and I'm not criticizing him, he's a lot more successful than I am, is that the AIP deal didn't close till November 20th or 27th. So that was a long time for the reindeer games to go on. But you know what? During that time frame, I've heard 2 or 3 different versions, but it's entirely possible that Dr. Tom Core introduced Railtown to TELUS. So an odd thing happened. While originally in 2024, Railtown was out going door to door, conference to conference to add one customer at a time, they run into the AIP network, which is now 200 companies, 500 million annual recurring revenue, and cross-selling opportunities. The idea of putting the Railtown platform between all of these AI companies, which is a huge competitive advantage. So they went from, should we focus on small additive revenue deals one at a time, or should we put our focus in to getting this deal done because we leapfrog our competition and immediately we have access to an entire network dedicated to AI, software as a solution, software, technology, and all of their customers, and they're growing, and it's in the Canadian ecosystem with the entire support of academia, finance, and government behind it. Which would you do, Well, you're not a businessman, so you'd probably just keep day trading. But if you have a chance to go after, 2 or 3 small company trades, so company revenue, so you can show revenue and profit, so we can satisfy Tolstoy King. Or you have an opportunity to leapfrog into this gigantic source of revenue. Where would you put your 2-man shop attention? Where would you do it? Oh, I know, you'd go back to day trading. Well, what would a normal person that builds something rather than being a leech off the financial markets like you? They said, this is much bigger. We got to put our attention here. We're not going to give up on the rest, but we got to put our attention here. And they did that. And I think it was a smart choice. But oddly, during it, and maybe believably, Dr. Tom Core introduced TELUS to Railtown. TELUS, who built the first and the best, for now, sovereign AI factory in Canada, one of the top 80 such data centers in the world, independently analyzed. That TELUS, $30 billion company, or it was. I don't know where it is right now. $20 billion in annual revenue. They chose Railtown as the layer on top of the NVIDIA AI stack. Did they do that, Tolstoy King, because of Railtown's revenues or Railtown's earnings? I know that's the metric that you, the arrogant, cocksure analyst that you are, want everyone to be worried about. But what went through Tellus's mind? Your puny analysis? Or are they thinking bigger? I don't know. I'll be glad once I ever get access to any of the people that tell us, I'll be glad to put them into your thought process, because obviously they need your input. But until then, it looks like what Tellus saw in Railtown was the layer of AI technology that made the NVIDIA stack and the billions of dollars they invested in the Rimouski data centers useful and maybe even critical in that use to the end users. In AI, technology, they made a determination as they're building this stack. It might just be because Railtown's Canadian, but it could also be because Railtown has Conductor, which keeps everything on the rails. I think all these tools do some of the similar things, but keeps track of everything, audits it, is able to allow all decision makers to see what's going on, correct mistakes. And Rail Tracks, which does some of that, but also does the analysis of data that exists. And I'm not quite sure why Rail Tracks is different than Conductor, but combined, they provide observability, auditability, governance, security, and sovereignty. The ability to process a company's data without it going out into the internets. And then they have Rail Engine, which is the real-time ingestion, nanosecond ingestion of information. Nobody has that suite. Nobody. Now, others are, it's white hot now. Everybody's racing to come where these two visionaries already went. So why, Tolstoy King, do you think Tellus decided Railtown? Because of revenue? Because of earnings? Or because of their technology? Until they have a conversation with you, I think it's because of their technology. Because that orchestration layer, that frameworks layer, that inference layer, that governance layer, that harness layer is critical to making the stack productive and monetizing that stack. That's why they chose them. Now, what's interesting is once Tellus chose Railtown, guess what? A new quiet period started. A new bloody quiet period started. Now, there's those in my audience that tell me there's no such thing as a quiet period outside of earnings dates. Okay, fine. Everybody I've ever worked with, we've always called it a quiet period. So forgive me for expanding the name quiet period, which is around an earnings period, to the entirety of a news blackout caused by material non-public information not being disclosed. So you guys, you don't have to disclose that you've sold 100 million shares, potentially, Canada, United States, under the reg show exemption to strip mine profits for yourself greedily, no benefit to anyone except yourself, you don't have to disclose that. But the longs, the CEO, has to pre-disclose what his strategy is so you can destroy it before he's raised money. And then as he's getting better and better and better, he can't talk about it until there's a final disclosure of what's happening. Now, there could be reasons for those delays in disclosure. It could be that the government program, which the application period ends tomorrow, has put a damper on all news coming out of Canada. Could be. It could be that, how about this? It could be that Rail Engine, which, of course, you don't have time for homework. You're so busy having a cigarette and having a cup of coffee and day trading. You're too busy for, you don't need to do any due diligence. But we here have followed the monthly filings of Railtown, and in January they said they completed Rail Engine. But in February, they said the same thing. It was almost a cut and paste. So we know January and February, Rail Engine wasn't necessarily, we're not 100% sure, but Rail Engine wasn't necessarily ready to be on top of that TELUS NVIDIA stack. So that accounted for December, January, February, if that interpretation is correct. In other words, TELUS wants its Rimouski data center and its Kamloops data center to come out of the gate with no mistakes and performing perfectly. That means NVIDIA, HPE, their own Fire iX. It means testing the energy that's coming in, testing it for all kinds of pressures and stresses, making sure that TELUS stack can scale without problem. They've got to get the large language models in there. Is it Cohere, which is Canadian, or is it Anthropic or OpenAI, or some kind of combination? We don't know. But those have to be integrated into that data center and scale. So maybe, even though that data center has been open and apparently is sold out, I still question what exactly they're talking about. Because maybe 1 or 2 or 3 modules are sold out, but I find it hard to believe the entire factory is sold out. They may be waiting for new Vera Rubin NVIDIA chips to set up additional productive stacks, but we'll find that out. It's all zipped. The news is zipped. But in order to make these TELUS data centers perfect for the end user, or nearly perfect, they need to integrate all of that. And maybe it's a testing period. But certainly we have a clue with Rail Engine that it was not ready until end of January. But then we saw the February announcement. Didn't look like it was ready till the end of February. So how do we know? Maybe the first quarter was spent integrating all of the Rail Engine technology to make sure it scaled and there were no mistakes. So that's the first quarter. But you, with your brilliance, well, wait a minute. How do you explain that Railtown doesn't have any revenues? It says here they have 1,200 users, but they're not making any revenue. Well, they gave it away early to battle test it and for that AI to self-learn, which becomes a barrier to entry. It becomes a moat for other AI companies trying to catch up. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm too confused. I just look at charts. I just, trade. I'm a genius. Where are the revenues and the earnings? Well, it's possible that the Railtown soup to nuts platform wasn't really fully ready to go through the first quarter. We're interpreting that. We don't know for sure. We know there's a news blackout, and we're going to have to wait to find out. But I think in the first quarter, particularly Rail Engine, wasn't ready for revenue in the TELUS data center. Now, how do you explain the second quarter? Well, we don't really know. It's not over. There's still June. But how do you explain that there's no revenue yet? There may have been. We don't know the earnings for May. I'm not sure we know the earnings for April. The earnings were reported for the first quarter, end of March. So we really don't know what's happened over the last 60 days. But we might be able to interpret a couple of things. Maybe they are continuing in the first or second week of the second quarter to integrate the Railtown technology into the data center. And before they put the full weight on it, they want to make sure everything runs smoothly. It could be that. It could also be that TELUS is not ready to announce or pull the switch on the revenue until the CEO switches July 1 or July 2nd. Could be that. But the fact is, Railtown not only decided to stop going door to door for customers and leap at the opportunity to join and then own a 200 company network that gave them vast reach, vaster, bigger. They also then went for the big kahuna, which is to be on top of the sovereign AI data center in Canada. The only one. Now, Bell will have it, Rogers will have it, but they took the golden ring. What they had to sacrifice, Tolstoy King, is short-term piddling revenue and earnings. They had to sacrifice that. But they're going for the gold ring. So let me ask you, Tolstoy King. Of course, you won't know the answer because it involves thinking. What would you do? Would just to fulfill getting revenue and earnings, would you say, no, we don't have the bandwidth. We don't have enough engineers. We can't reach to be the layer, potentially the layer for all sovereignty in Canada, sovereign AI in Canada, and then potentially the world. We're not going to do that because Tolstoy King wants revenue and earnings. We're going to focus on, there's a company here in British Columbia that can maybe give us 200,000 a year. We ran into a company down in Oregon. They're interested in signing up, and they might be able to start at 75,000 a year. And they're, both of these companies should give us a 20% margin. And then we have the lead on 2 or 3 companies in Toronto. They could each give us between 50 and 75,000 a year, and that way we can book revenue and we'll be able to show earnings, so Tolstoy King is happy. And yet we all know that Tolstoy King's analysis is what the entire AI space is waiting for before stocks go up. So we're going to turn down that golden ring, and we're going to sit down here and just do what we're comfortable with, just kind of the day-to-day. We'll add some customers. And we're sure that if we do, 200 to 700,000 a year in revenue, we're sure that's going to protect us from the program selling that Wall Street does. I mean, look, 35 million in revenues protected finger motion from it. No, Tolstoy King. They went for the golden ring. Why? Of course, for you, nothing matters other than spreading FUD and looking at a chart and maybe getting a monthly check from somebody, or every time I mention your name. Here, let me help you out. Tolstoy King, 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 Tolstoy King. That's 10. What do you got? 750 a mention? There's $75 for you. So Darren Entwistle, Tolstoy King. Darren Entwistle, that's the CEO of TELUS. Again, pretty credentialed guy, and actually pretty smart, built a business, has a vision beyond day trading. He 3 times has put, and 1 time mentioned Railtown, although not specifically as this goal was mentioned, but as a partner, they mentioned Railtown. Their goal is $2 billion in AI-enabled revenue by 2008 at TELUS. 2 billion. 2 billion. Now, they have Fire IX or Fire XI. They might have consulting services. Their revenue to date, I think, is something like 600 million. So it gets confusing how much of that is attributable to Rimouski and Kamloops data centers. Don't know. For me, simply because it's easy arithmetic, I use $1 billion. But let's Tolstoy King this time use half $500 million from the data centers. Not $1 billion, $500 million. Sorry, $500 million. Which is attributable to their data centers in 2028. And once they have it, they don't lose it. Now, Volstoy King, you are focused, even though in your day trading, it doesn't matter to you. But for some reason on this message board, you're focused on March's earnings. Why? Because if they had earnings, they would be missing, opting out of this golden ring. But for you, that's better because you're here to spread FUD. But let's say that 500 million goes through Rimouski and Kamloops in 2028, and it's the data center. Let's further assume, because we don't know differently, that Railtown is the layer between the stack and the end user experience on 500 million. And let's assume it's 20% is the revenue split. So that means in 2028, Railtown will do 100 million ARR and growing at essentially 100% margin. Now, your focus, because you're an idiot, is on March's revenue. Your eye isn't on this enormous, massive leap upward. You would rather Railtown didn't do this, but gave you some revenue. I tell you, you're all wet. 100 million, which is almost certainly low, at 100% margin in 2028 for Railtown, growing ceteris paribus. We can't have a gigantic market crash. We can't have war. We can't have a meteor shower hit Toronto. But all things being equal, I think would get a 35x multiple. But I know this is starting to bore you because you can't look at a chart. So 100 million times 35 gives you 3.5 billion. $3.5 billion in enterprise value. Now, Volstoy King, this doesn't wait until it shows up on your charts. As soon as this becomes clear, two things happen. The news blackout is lifted, and then analysts can talk about it. Insiders can buy, New buyers can buy. So the news blackout is lifted, and these projections are discounted at 35% immediately. So you got $3.5 billion enterprise value. And there's more shares fully diluted now. I can't remember the number. So let's divide that by 240 million shares. I don't remember. There's more now. We'll find it here. That's $14.50 a share, Volstoy King. While you're worried about March earnings, AI investors and the industry and Wall Street are looking forward to what sovereign AI does in Canada and what I think a very low estimate of what the TELUS data centers do on a split revenue deal with Railtown. While you're looking back-assward, the people that are going to make money are predicting the future, and that's your future. By the way, BlackBerry co-founders invested in the company. I guess they didn't get a chance to talk to you. Zaid Atufat Shamsi, who built the data center for TELUS, joined the advisory board of Railtown. I guess he didn't get a chance to talk to you. John Ruffalo on the advisory board at Railtown. Somehow his investment committee and his brain power, he forgot to check with you. It never occurred to him on the dozens of technology companies he's invested in. It never occurred to him to consider, why would I put money? Why would I join the board of somebody that didn't make any revenue or very little revenue in March? I've got to put John Ruffalo in touch with you, Tolstoy King. I'll put that down as something I better do. The BlackBerry guy who knows quantum computers joined the advisory board. Those two guys, they have never made an investment in a company outside their own orbit before. But you know what? You're right. They probably didn't think about what are the March revenues and what are the March earnings. You're right. I better put those guys in touch with you, Tolstoy King. I don't appreciate your FUD. I don't appreciate that you come in here to scare people. This is a serious channel. I'm trying to help people make money and make money they lost to people like you. I don't appreciate it one bit. Now I'm going to move on. Adelep, I'm adding more on Monday. Don't have a lot of cash, but I'm buying what I can. Bravo. Here's the sasshole again. Any revenue this quarter? What, you don't have a computer? Look it up yourself. Act Now MMTLP. If asked this question years ago, what's the difference between a royalty trust stock, which are usually oil and gas that pay dividend? What's the difference between a royalty trust stock? I'm not sure. You only mentioned royalty trust stocks, so I'm not sure what you're comparing it to. But royalty trust stocks, and there's several that are like Dorchester, which I would recommend. But a royalty stock, and I don't know what the trust part means versus the stock part. I don't know why you're emphasizing that. But these are great investments. They own the mineral rights or royalty rights, which are held by production, and in great swaths of the United States. So I think they're great investments. Their yield is around 8%, sometimes higher. If you get a higher yield, it means that the market thinks there's some risk to some of what they have. But you get income which is tied to the price of energy. So it becomes a beautiful hedge against owning CDs or savings or even government bonds in a time, if it comes, that the dollar were to collapse, or if there's runaway inflation. The income from a royalty trust will be priced essentially in whatever energy is worth, regardless of what happens to the currency, essentially. But I don't know what your question means. If asked this question years ago, what's the difference between a royalty trust stock, which are usually oil and gas that pay dividends? Are you saying what's the difference between how they pay out their income? I don't know. I don't quite understand the question, but I think they're great investments. I really do. Ricky Brogan, Frankie said hi, William, and to the RT crew. Hi, Frankie. What will happen now with MMTLP now that the S1 is approved? I believe they're going to raise money. Oh, okay. I think NextBridge is going to get $500 million. I might be overly optimistic, but I think that's going to happen. So it's going to be very good for people that own the shares of NextBridge. It's going to be excellent. How does that redound to MMTLP? Well, we're going to find out. I have a hard time believing that brokerage firms will quote the raise for NextBridge in your accounts under MMTLP or under, they now call it NextBridge. I think their attorneys are going to say you can't create that obligation yet. It may come down the road, but I think they're going to delay on that. I would guess, because it's such a huge number. But I think it's very good for MMTLP for a couple of unrelated reasons. One, Greg McCabe is going to have a lot of money, which I think he can justify going after what I think was criminal. And he can go hopefully he can find the trades. He can find out what happened, but he will have enough money to do that. I also think he can go get the Oro Grande back. That gets a little, to me, gets a little trickier in how will that translate to the value of MMTLP. I think initially the bad guy lawyers will argue that it's irrelevant because the leases were lost. But Greg will now have money to flesh out and argue the leases were lost because of the bad guys. So I think it opens up real possibilities. The second thing that's going on, unrelated, I guess, is MMAT and Torchlight. And the bankruptcy judge did give the go-ahead on getting not only MMAT and Torchlight trading figures, but also MMTLPs. And I think that's the first time that, I may be wrong, but it's the first time in my limited awareness that the system is going to have to show their fraudulent trades. They don't want that. They do not want that. So I think that may trigger some sort of settlement. I don't think in a bankruptcy court, it's not so much settlement as working out, I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's working out a plan and getting enough votes for a plan. And it's not so much that the judge has to approve it, but it's not that the judge or some sort of justice, some avenging angel is going to come get it right. The attorneys and the parties work out a plan. But as that trading information gets out, I think that's going to give incentive to the bad guys to come up with a plan that buries that information. But once that information is there, I think Greg and attorneys will be able to potentially get it in the case of MMTLP. That may cause a settlement of some kind for MMTLP. I think there's going to be, the brokerage firms are going to want to get out of their exposure to MMTLP. There's 105 firms that have exposure, and that number could be $1 billion, it could be $2 billion. It's just huge. I mean, if it's $1 billion at $15, that's $15 billion. That's a lot of money. So I think out of the 105 broker dealers, I bet 90 of them didn't really know, or if they did, they weren't aware that the problem had gotten this bad. And they'll settle up. They're not as exposed. They'll want to reduce their ultimate risk, and they'll solve the problem. That'll leave 15 or 20 companies that I think are in trouble. And I don't know what happens there. They'll start out low to close out the risk. But if there's fraud, and if what's discovered in the bankruptcy court, right now it's going to be blocked. It won't leave the bankruptcy court. But if somehow these attorneys on Greg's side, and Greg will have some money, if they can get that data themselves and it's fraud, I think one or two entities on Wall Street will go down, and I think the payouts will be massive. and they'll change this criminal activity. But I don't know. I think it's a ways away. Probably. I don't think I don't know that they're gonna find the fraud. They'll find it in MMAT, I'm sure. Will they find it? Anyway, the point is Wall Street doesn't want the fraud to get out there. So the closer that the attorneys get to having that defined and it's going to get out, they'll try to settle. That's all my point is. So it's good for MMTLP, but I still think, Will, that you've got to at least make the effort to move your shares to NextBridge. Have it on the record that you tried anyway. Being at NextBridge is not going to mean that you don't get the advantage of some big sort of payday that's caused through the legal system. But in the meantime, I think NextBridge is in a beautiful position. They're going to have $500 million. I mean, they could just simply go get the Oro Grande and drill it up, or they could get involved in a bunch of projects, southern Louisiana, offshore, up in the Rockies. They can, or in Texas, and they can really build a company. And I think they're going to raise more money than the $500 million. I think it's a great situation. Wall Street is going to go into, in my opinion, a super cycle in commodities, but a super cycle in oil and gas. There's not a lot of teams out there. And the first movers, like a NextBridge, who has Roth Capital behind them, and they have oil and gas deal making experience, and they can put a team together, they're going to attract a hell of a lot of capital. And they're going to get performance, so they'll get more capital. I think NextBridge is really exciting, and that's got to be good for MMTLP derivatively. And one guy here said I'm obdurate. No, that wasn't his word. Arduous. Before I get arduous, I'm going to move on. Ricky Brogan. Adelap, I read that as well. I can't tell if Mario is a short or just nervous. Okay, here's Volstoy coming. It's an honest question. I'm not a shorty, sorry to say. How can that be an honest question? Are you just stupid? Gardner Wade, just want to say thank you for your support for MMTLP. Well, Gardner, thank you, but tomorrow, it's already 10:30. I have to get up, and I will, and I'll go down to the SEC. I'll be taking pictures of that truck, and maybe I'll do a video, maybe, I haven't decided, or maybe I'll do a short video anyway, about exactly what you're saying, supporting MMTLP, but also just pointing out that from all angles, this complex is there to strip you, me, of our money. And it's inexcusable. So I'm 100% on your side. I own NextBridge. Well, I used to have MMTLP, but I own NextBridge. So I'm on your side. Adelip, I think he's short and nervous and pretty dumb. Ricky Brogan, Adelip, lots of laughs. Adelip, the guy that said you weren't coming back is named Mario on StockTwits. He might be Tony Twinkletoes De Niro in hiding. He could be. Pat M, hi folks. All right, I'm going to skip Volstoy King. Ricky Brogan, hi Pat M. Pat M, hey Ricky. Donna M. Good evening, everyone. Harbison. Hello, Mr. William and RT crew. How are you? Ricky Brogan. Hi, Donna. Pat M. Hi, Donna. Donna M. Hi, Pat M. Donna M. I'm listening and playing solitaire. Yeah, I play solitaire somewhat sometimes. It's a great therapy. I even win occasionally. T. Alex, good evening, William and everyone. Good evening to you. Annie Yacht, some of you are insane. Tony DeNaro's long this stock. What's wrong with you? I don't know, Anya, that he is, but he's not particularly truthful, Anya. I appreciate your defense of him. But when I first came, and it turns out in retrospect, it would have been good if I had waited to recommend Railtown. But I did it in good faith. And there were reasons for urgency. And the story's changed. It's gotten better. But when I first recommended Railtown sort of a year ago, almost exactly, 1 week from now, it'll be exactly, Tony came out of the gun ridiculing me, ridiculing the investment, and making fun of it. And he didn't even know what he was talking about. So pardon me for doubting his motives. And it cost people money. People could have bought the stock at 22, 25, 28 cents. And then later that summer, he bought it at 55 cents. I have a picture, something like that. He bought it at 55 cents. And then later in November, December, he said, finally, it's back into a buying range. And he's buying. There's something that doesn't ring true, Anya. I believe, Anya, that his motive is to get people to think he's long, and maybe he has some shares, that he's long, so that when the stock goes to, let's say it goes to 3, which will be 10x from here, he can come on and start telling people, hey, a win's a win. Time to reposition our accounts. Time to resize. Time to take profits. Can't go broke taking profits. And I think that's why he's here, to try to limit the shorting complex's losses. Look, I don't know the guy. Maybe he's the brightest thing since the atom bomb. But I think his motives are to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which is what he did about Railtown and me initially. And he did it strong, vociferously, and long. And then he switched. I don't trust his motives. I think he will turn this into a hot money trade. And this is not a hot money trade. This is the way to get away from stocks under $5. It's until the markets change, and there's no evidence that they're going to, you, in general, unless you're a day trader or unless you have a hot tip that you just can't resist, there's no reason to be in stocks under $1 billion and under $5, and that's flexible, those limits of companies that need to raise capital on Wall Street. There is no price discovery in the junior markets. There is no investment banking in the junior markets. There is no professional recommendation of buying those stocks. There's no research. There are no market makers that are legit. There's no trading desks. There's no institutional buying. It is suicidal to trade in those stocks. And that's where Tony makes his living. And he doesn't make his living on the long side, in my judgment. I think he's aiding and embedding the short complex. I'd be open to what you're saying if he hadn't just out of the gate, without doing any due diligence, by the way, attacked me and attacked the idea, costing investors money. And then his narrative over time doesn't stand up. He gives advice, Anya, after talking to the CEO of Railtown for an hour and a half. He comes out and it's just one position. And he gives the advice that you're going to have to wait 2 years to see the revenues. I think he's a fudster. So we can have a different opinion, but it doesn't make me insane. I just don't trust the son of a gun. Okay, now you're working with him. Somebody said Tony would never see 29 cents again. We've been loading in Discord below that. Well, good for you. I hope you're buying the stock. But if you, Anya, by the way, I might have been somebody that said it wouldn't see 29 again. I easily could have been somebody that said that. I think this Tolstoy king said it would go to 27 cents. And I think that was about 3 weeks ago. And I said, I don't think you're ever going to see that. I was wrong. He was right. I mean, it hasn't hit 27 yet, but I would imagine tomorrow they're going to try to drive this down to hit stop limit orders. And, tomorrow it could hit 27. It's not going to stay there. It's not anything to be frightened of. But so I was wrong. He was right. But if you're loading up in Discord, I commend you. That's a great price. Better than most people here paid. Better than I paid. But if you're doing it for a trade, Anya, you're going to miss out on a stock that can allow you to escape, unless you enjoy endless space calls and commiserating over, what happened to GDC or what happened to ZJYL or, whatever stocks you're talking about. And you enjoy day trading in this very treacherous space. I think that's insane to do. So I think, Anya, your investment in Railtown is that it's not a trade. And you're getting in at 29 cents. And, if you're doing it with Tony, when it goes to 2 or 290, that's 10x. That's going to be irresistible to make up for his other ideas. But I think it's going to be a mistake to get out at 290, 10 times your money. I think that'll be one of the stupidest things you could ever do. Now, we got to, in fairness, we all have to be aware of what might change. But Railtown is a bit of an on-off switch. And I think I really congratulate you for buying it at 29 cents. But I think you have a great chance if you can resist trading it. You have a great chance to make 100 times on your money without a squeeze. I'm not talking about hot money. I'm just saying it goes to 30 bucks. And if it goes there, it'll, unless the markets all change relative to other AI stocks, it'll stay there. And that's not the end point either, believe it or not, Anya. There's a couple of people here that try to convince me, and I used to do that same kind of arithmetic, so I'm susceptible to it. But Railtown could be a $300, $400, $500 stock. Now, I'm not trying to emphasize that now because that seems totally out of this realm. But Anya, it doesn't take much. If Railtown can generate 100 million in revenue with nearly pure margin from one data center cluster, and then let's say it does that at Rimouski, and then it does that similar number up at Kamloops, and let's say one of Bell Canada or Rogers Communications decides that for their own sovereign AI data centers, they want Railtown, just one of those two, and they do 100 million there, that's 300 million. Let's say one or maybe two, let's say two in all of Europe. Let's say one in France and one in Poland sign up. That's another 200 together, so that's 500 million. Let's say one of Korea, Japan, and Philippines, just one. That's now 600 million. Let's say one of Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Iran pick it. Just one. Now we're at 700 million. Let's say that the United States comes in, and let's say 3 data centers in the United States pick it. Well, now you're at 1 billion. And if it's working and growing, what's the multiple on that? 50? 25? So you have a company worth $2.5 billion to $5 billion. Basically $10 a share to $20 a share. And that's just starting. 10 to 20. And so my opinion is, Anya, if Railtown's worth $2, it very easily could be worth 20. And if it's worth 20, depending on the reasons, and we'll learn it, there'll be research, there'll be projections. If Railtown's framework isn't nice to have, it's critical. There's 12,000 data centers in the world. So I think you'll be cheating yourself if you treat this as a Discord trade. I think this is something you should hold on to, but that's up to you. Donna M., I have a 61 cents balance buying 2 shares. Oh, you don't have to pay commission? I don't know. I haven't looked in a while, but I think I have to pay $4.95 commission. So I couldn't buy anything for 61 cents. But I love that, Donna. G Diddy. Hey, G Diddy. G Diddy, G Diddy. She did to do. Thanks again for using your knowledge and experience to call out potential fudsters. My opinion is that we have to wait for the new CEO before any critical news is released. I think that's actually sober. I think that's fearless in the sense that you're not hoping for something sooner. And I think it makes all the sense in the world. Why would TELUS start? I mean, can we say they're going to start a campaign? I don't know if that's the way to describe it. Or why is TELUS going to do some sort of I don't know, promotion to emphasize their, I don't know if they're betting at all, but they're making a huge commitment on a strategy which is backed by the Canadian government and by the provinces and by inexpensive, plentiful energy. But they're trying to transform a stodgy, telecom into an AI powerhouse. And they have there's other issues like the dividend and their debts, but they have a new CEO. Why would they start when the other one is just retiring? I agree with you 100%, G Diddy. I think it's very smart of you to analyze it that way. I think it's probably July. July. What's the first trading day in July? I just walked around the mall, the Smithsonian Mall. Man, they're going to have a huge celebration for July 4th. Oh, Canada Day is July 1. That's what it is. So Canada Day is July 1. So it's probably, I agree with you. I think it's July 2nd. And as I'm looking at the calendar, I think it's probably going to be more like July 6th. So first week of July. I agree with you, G Diddy. There is just enough time to add another board member, but I don't know what other expertise needs to be brought in. I agree with you. And I think you're right. I think we're looking at July. The only thing I would caution, and going back to Anya's point, that which is great that she's able to buy it under 29. But if you're day trading it and trying to get the lowest price, which is, if you do, great. Just because news might wait until the first week or so of July doesn't mean that there couldn't be price movement in the stock beforehand. Now, I don't know how it would happen, but maybe somebody at TELUS catches wind, or maybe a research analyst writes a report, but it's not released yet, but someone reads. I don't know how it could happen, but it really can. So my point is, this could be a different price deck before July. On the other hand, maybe not, darn it, maybe not. Anya, the expertise needed is public relations, share the progress. No, I don't think that's true. They have a really good IR person in Rebecca Kurzweil. She interviewed Dr. Tom Core. I was thinking of playing it tonight, but I don't have time playing it again, but you could go listen to that. She did an excellent job of interviewing him, and we learned a lot. The company continues to go to conferences and is on a parallel basis. They're organizing hackathons whereby they invite developers at these conferences each day to compete with each other using whatever tools they want. But rail towns are there. And so in the hackathons, what they're finding apparently, and I get this because guess who? The CEO, the CTO, and some of the board members post it if you look for it. And I've shown it to everybody, particularly on LinkedIn. But the hackathons are meeting with great success. And those hackathons are causing developers to download Railtown. And about a month ago, in one night, 2,300 developers signed up. And they apparently the acceptance was brilliant. It'd be interesting to see in the monthly report to the CSE, which we will be able to view, I think, in a week. It'd be interesting to see if they say how many developers joined. I don't know if it's data that they have to say, but they're doing that. And I think that's probably as much publicity, Anya, as they are allowed to. I don't know what part of material non-public information, insider trading, and maybe you don't like the term quiet period, but news blackout, what part of that doesn't make sense to you? The company cannot be promotional. And that's the whole thing, Anya. The system is set up so CEOs cannot be promotional. These other guys can come on and say, oh, I'm not a short. But they're pitching the shorts message. And the shorts are these algorithmic computers selling. In the case of Railtown, it's possible it's as much as 100 million or more shares sold over the last year under the reg show exemption, which means, hey, I lost my homework, my dog ate my homework, sorry, we'll catch up later, but I'm selling these shares. And it's true that a lot of that can be crossed during the same day. So net, it might be, going home, the positions could be smaller than they were during the day. But it's not transparent. We don't know. But it's always down, 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 down. And they don't have to disclose it. But a CEO is not allowed to be promotional. And so 2 things, Anya, I want you to think about. Should the CEO go to jail to share the progress? or should the CEO follow the strict limitations put forth by the Canadian government, which by the way is the very same government that might be providing funding to you? What do you think? The other thing, Tanya, I don't know if you've ever built a business or tried to you've had to compete to win. Maybe you've just, I don't know, maybe, I don't know your situation, but let me ask you, let's say you're building a company and you really have something, and just go with me here, because none of us know for sure, but you know that the TELUS projections could easily lead to 200 million in annual recurring revenue for Railtown. But you need the government regulators, and you need the data, the stack to work perfectly. So let's just say the stack isn't quite there. You've got NVIDIA and HPE down below. Let's say you're plugging in, I don't know, Canadian, let's say you're plugging in Cohere. You have the Fire iX, and then and the power, you got to make sure that it doesn't short out. You're running all that. But then you have the interface with the users. And that interface, which goes in all the layers, let's say is Railtown. But let's say let's just assume that Rail Engine wasn't really ready till the end of the first quarter. We don't know for sure, but we have a pretty good clue it wasn't ready for the majority of first quarter. And let's say they've just spent the last 2 or 3 months making sure everything's installed and it can scale. But if it fails, the government will put out for bid, RFP. They'll try to replace it with, I don't know, Langchain, which isn't even Canadian. So let me ask you, Anya, should a CEO update you on progress when it puts his strategy at risk, when it alerts his competitors that they should try to beat him before he completes his strategy? Or is it better to keep his mouth shut and get all the documents in place, lock in the revenue, projected revenue, so no competitor can come in and kick him out? I mean, unless he fails at some point. Which is better, Anya? Promotional public relations to get the stock price up, or looking out for shareholders in the long run by building a substantial business which could claim the sovereign AI space in Canada and prove to be so good and so critical that it can immediately be deployed around the world? Do you think it's better to pursue that carefully, quietly, make sure it works, than to make sure that Anya has some news to manipulate the stock price with? Not that you would, but I mean, the company would be manipulating the stock price, trying to get it up a little bit. I think it's very amateur on your part to what you're suggesting, but you're a day trader, so you must know what you're talking about. But I think it would be disastrous for a company to telegraph what they're going to do before they actually secure the contract, secure the physical place on the data stack, secure additional contracts, I think they should keep the information tight until they got it all locked down. That's how you get 2, 3, 4 billion in revenue instead of 40 million in revenue. But, we'll see. G. Diddy, I don't know what other expertise needs to be brought in if my opinion turns out to be true. Well, they're already hiring. It's on their websites. They're hiring engineers. It's a good point. What other expertise? I would imagine I can see a world where they already have all the expertise they need and they start generating revenue at such a scale that they're bringing in 10, 20, 30 million a month in cash flow. I'm not talking about July. I'm talking, some point in the future. And with that kind of cash flow, they can go buy expertise. They can go probably consolidate other companies if need be. I would think what they're going to need is relationship managers, like a dozen Corys, because, but we don't know it yet. Right now, their entire focus, I think, should be Uniserv and TELUS and proving the concept. And I think they have enough people right now. I noticed that Corey I think he raised his salary, which I think he deserves. Not much, but he always paid himself less. But anyway, right now, I think everything has to go through Corey and maybe Marwan. And I think that's fine right now because they're husbanding their cash. But if, let's say the TELUS deal works swimmingly and it scales, and the Uniserv deal works swimmingly, and let's say they lock down a Microsoft or a Rogers Communications or a Verizon or Vodafone. I don't know. I'm making them all up. But let's say they get 5 or 6 or 10 contracts, I guess you call them. And then I think they've got a lot of engineers, but they may need to hire additional engineers to install everything. But I would imagine that Corey couldn't be in 6 countries at the same time or 10 countries at the same time. So I would imagine the expertise they're going to need is that high-level interface of working with, let's say, the government of Poland or or Orange is Orange in the UK or in another country? But anyway, you know what I mean. Otherwise, what else would they need? If their parallel strategy of getting developers to download it happens, maybe they build out a sales force too. But I think, yeah, and I guess I believe they're hiring engineers. But if they have to keep up, because it's a highly competitive space, maybe they also have to hire a lot more engineers. It's interesting. That's a really interesting question, G. Diddy. I would start with they need about 6 Corey Brandolinis and then from there, I'm not exactly sure. G Diddy, good. Oh, G Diddy, good night, Anya. Anya, um, thank you. Dirty Randy, hey, Dirty Randy, how are you? I love, I love that Dirty Randy is always speaks his mind. Public relations is a bloody joke. I've pointed that out for over a year. Toronto boy fed us a bunch of crapola. William knows who I'm talking about. But what is this new CEO talk? Yes, I know who you're talking about. And I would agree with you, Dirty Randy, that I'm not sure everything he's actually most of the things he said came to fruition, but I think the timing was off. On the other hand, I think he always said it's not a it's not a stock to trade. You're going to have to wait. But even those waits have extended. I don't know that it's his fault. I don't know that. Two things. I think specifically to Railtown, the story just keeps getting bigger and better and expands in different directions. And so it takes longer, but it's for good reasons. I think in the overall macro space, I think this orchestration layer, or whatever you want to call it, they don't know what to call it, is white hot. And no one expected it. I think there's a lot of competition. I think there's a lot of demand. I would imagine everybody is overwhelmed. But those kind of delays, I don't think are the fault of somebody sensing urgency last year. I don't know. I don't. Everything's growing so quickly and getting so big. I think it's weird to blame that on anybody. Things are better. Things are much better. It's just not public yet. And so it takes longer. Is that somebody's fault? I don't know. I don't really think so. No, the new CEO, Dirty Randy, is TELUS. TELUS is the new CEO. It's not Railtown. It's TELUS. TELUS is replacing Darren Entwistle with Dan Dodich. And I think that happens July 1, but that's a holiday in Canada, so July 2nd. Act Now MMTLP, Sovereign Wealth Fund. Do you see a situation where the government gets exposure to Nextbridge if we get the Ora Grande back to fund 2,500 wells? I don't think you're going to drill 2,500 wells straight away. That's a factory plan, which is happening in the Delaware Basin and elsewhere in the Permian. Huge companies are just manufacturing oil, so to speak. But I don't think the Ora Grande is going to drill 2,500 wells straight away. But I do think you're right. And my sense is, look, I know the people very well, or my friends have retired, but I'm very close to Netherlands Sewell, very close. And I think they're the best in the world. I'm not saying other petroleum engineers are bad, but I've spoken to them about it. And the fact is, the Oro Grande doesn't really register yet in anybody's mind as a oil province. Having said that, people have known that oil and gas are there. It's just, it was George, well, anyway, without getting too long-winded, Mitchell Petroleum's horizontal drilling and fracking changed the game. But still, the Oro Grande has been far away from pipelines and roads, even for trucking oil out, that, you know, it hasn't been on the front burner for anywhere. And when you add in COVID and the idea that we're not going to use oil, this canard that went around after 10 or 15 years, it's just sort of back burner. And it didn't help the slaughter of shareholders and market value that our markets allowed. It just didn't help. That's on one side of the ledger. On the other is that this guy Matheson and the work that Torchlight did, but also the wells that they did drill, I think they know where the honey pot is. I think they know which leases they want and where they would do a manufacturing program like you suggest. But I don't think that would start right away. I think the money, number one, I think his money would be to go get the acreage he wants. Secondly, would be to drill in the areas where he knows, and he probably already has those wells mapped out, drill in enough of the leases to hold it by production. And then I think you start delineating, you drill delineation wells, and you try to map out how big your factory floor is going to be, so to speak. And then you make that plan, like you're saying. I think at that point, I don't know what he would do with cash flow, but I think once you know that the resource is proven and probable, I think you would borrow money to drill those wells. I think, if you had confidence that, that's what you got to do. You got to prove it. You want to get to the point where, I don't know, 90 out of 100 wells hit. It might even better than that. And I think you'd borrow the money at that point and use your equity elsewhere. But I don't know. Would the government get exposure? I guess through their their burden, their eighth or whatever it is, if it's federal land. If it's not, I don't remember. Is the university lands federal at all? I don't know. But I don't know what you mean, government get exposure. The Oro Grande has the potential to be a huge new discovery and a huge onshore field. It's a big deal, but I don't think he's going to bet everything on it. I don't know. Act now, I'm not sure what you mean. A situation where the government gets exposure. I'm sorry to be so dim-witted. I just don't know exactly what you mean. Anya, someone needs to inform the public, us, about what the company is doing to get paying customers. So Anya, um, here's the idea. Canada wants to be in the top 2 or 3 handful of AI powerhouses in the world over your lifetime. I'll be gone probably. They want to compete with, it'll probably be Russia. It might be us, but we're sort of, our attention span is all over. It might be the Middle East. They have the energy. I don't know if they have the water. I don't know if they have the cooling power, but they have a lot of energy. Could be Europe. I don't know. Certainly, I would think a country like China or Korea, Japan maybe would get in the mix. But anyway, they want to be a powerhouse in AI, and they want to keep the benefit of their raw material, energy, intellectual power, software. They want to keep the benefit of that raw material in Canada, but they also want to get the markup to the finished product, licensing, sell their access to their AI compute across borders, or build their stacks in other countries, however it works out. So here's the strategy, Anya. The first sovereign AI data center is Rimouski. They have this thing on tomorrow at 1 o'clock. One of the objectives there is to build more data centers. So here's the opportunity for Railtown. And it may be that the government's told everyone who has applied to keep their mouth shut. It's possible. I don't know that for a fact. But here's the opportunity for Railtown. They've had to integrate their rail engine, rail tracks, and conductor into the NVIDIA stack at TELUS. That's Rimouski and Kamloops. If when let's just call it a switch being thrown, if the demand ramps up and everything works beautifully, and it turns out that the orchestration layer, the inference layer, the governance layer, the harness layer, they have a bunch of names for it, that Railtown provides is excellent. Now there's competitors, but there's 2 things. There's no, let's just call it orchestration layer. There's no orchestration layer that you can invest in like Railtown's. The rest of them are all in the private channels. Secondly, sovereignty, neutral. Railtown is neutral and it's sovereign. It can be vertical, but it's neutral. AWS isn't neutral. Google ADK is not neutral. LangChain's, it's arguable whether it's neutral. They would say they are, maybe, but they're Palo Alto and they're funded by the big US financiers. So, it's debatable. So here's the opportunity. When that switch gets thrown, and let's say billions of dollars of revenue goes through, splits with Railtown, but more importantly, it turns the data center into a monetizable, valuable asset. And it's because of everything, but it's also because of Railtown. Well, Railtown suddenly becomes in demand in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, in Korea, Southeast Asia, in the rest of Canada. That's a big deal. And you know that if you've been paying attention. Why do you need them to inform you, the public, about that? You know it. It's in press releases. If you're following it closely, there have been presentations that have gotten out. The Canadian strategy is in black and white and red and white in government releases up in Canada. If you have the capability to use your computer, you can check into the orchestration framework. Now, there's not a lot of information on Railtown yet. There's a couple of reasons come to mind. One is that if they are part of a consortium getting funding or getting help from the federal government, they can't talk. Another is if TELUS isn't ready to go, and TELUS is the one that needs to make a breakthrough in the news, release of material, non-public information. Well, then they've got to do it. Railtown can't do it. And Anya, I don't care how blithely you dismiss it. CEOs are not allowed to promote their stock. And in a period where there's a blackout of news because material non-public information has not been made public, they can't talk. Now you seem like to me, you seem like you're being obtuse because you're trying to create anger toward the company. People sell, get the hell out. But I could be wrong. I don't know you, so I don't want to say my first impression is correct. Dirty Randy, it feels the way you do. But I also know that Dirty Randy is a straight shooter, at least whenever I've dealt with him. So I don't mind that somebody has a different view. I don't think Dirty Randy is working. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think Dirty Randy actually works to fight the so-called short sellers. You'll make fun of that if you are a short seller. Because you guys, the shorts control the narrative. If we call it short selling, they ridicule us. It's more than just short selling. It's a whole campaign. And this kind of talk that you're making right now is part of that campaign, but you might not know that. You might be coming to this yourself. But if you're hot money, there's other stocks out there. Apparently, GDC at 11 cents, something's going on. Apparently, something might be happening at Finger at 70 cents. And NRGV's all the rage now. I mean, there's other stocks to be in if you want manipulated story, if you need action, action, action. There's other stocks. But I don't agree with you that someone should be informing the public while there's a blackout of news, while there's material non-public information which cannot be released by the company. I just, they can't take that chance. And it's stupid anyway. Anya, I don't know if you understand what you have. You're looking for a day trade. You've already said that you're buying it under 29 cents. That's lucky. You're taking advantage of this. But I think you have a stock that's worth 100x. Fundamentally. So to me, if the stock's $2, you're not selling it. Well, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't think anybody should sell it at $2. If it goes to $5, I don't think anybody should sell it. And then the tricky thing is, once it's above 5, I think it goes to 10, 15 really rapidly. And then the question is, do you try to day trade it up there? Well, what if all of this counterfeiting, for lack of a better word, all of this hypothecating, all of this selling stock that's not located, what if that dries up? Which I think is almost certain that it will. But you don't know at what price that happens. And you start day trading it. But then when you go back in to buy, you're not competing with retail. What if you start competing with a Mavericks Ventures that comes in and says, we want to own 10% of the company? And they're trying to buy 25 million shares, or 5% of the company. And they're trying to buy 10 million shares. And also, Omers is trying to buy 5% of the company. And maybe the Toronto Dominion AI Trust Plus Bust Fund is trying to buy 5% of the company. So it gets tricky thinking about how do you day trade it when you're up against potentially big investors buying it for the long haul, and they're not day trading. So it gets tricky. So my opinion is, Anya, that whether it's 29 cents, and I wish I had money to buy it, or it's $2.90, or it's $6, if it's mine, I'm not selling it anyway. So these periods of silence, silencio, which I don't think the company has any control over, is giving people an opportunity to buy stock which is being manufactured from thin air. So instead of looking a gift horse in the mouth, why don't you just put your saddle on top of it and enjoy the ride? Because it's going to be a hell of a ride on you. If you can avoid thinking of this as a trading stock, if you can avoid all this false urgency, why aren't they saying anything? When are they going to talk to us? It needs to go up. It's got to be next week. I mean, I've done it. I've said this is happening by this, this, and this. I didn't make it up. But I can adapt my thinking to understand that a story that was basically they're going to get a bunch of customers and a company like Microsoft would probably buy them, morphed into this can be the sovereign AI layer that might gain hold worldwide. And by the way, it does. The market is so big, Anya, that they don't have to be the only one. There's a dozen competitors. If if there's a baker's dozen of these companies out there, they can all go to huge valuations. The market is gigantic. And that's what I don't understand, this need to treat Railtown as if it's hot hand money, like you're trading GDX. It goes to 12, comes to 8, and now it's 11 cents. Or your finger motion, it goes to 17, and now it's 70 cents. Or G-Bucks goes to whatever it did, and now it's wherever it is. Or Wolf was 20, they do a financing, and Yorkville Advisors crushes, or their clients crushes it below $1. This isn't that stock. This isn't that story. You have an opportunity to build a huge position in a stock under 30 cents now, because the algorithmic sell-side computers are giving it to you. They're not thinking. They're not looking for revenue. They're not looking for the company to tell a story. And then the buyers are on the sideline because of that material non-public information. And frankly, nobody's 100% sure what that is. I believe it's TELUS, but it could be this government thing. It could be some other news. But you know what's going on. And the issue isn't paying customers, Anya. That's not the issue. That's simplistic. Maybe you don't realize that. Railtown has a chance to jump from going $110,000 a year, $100,000 a year, $1 million contract a year, to jump into the league of literally $1 billion in revenue a year. And the customers are going to come from TELUS and Uniserve initially. They have one big gatekeeper, one big referral agent. And I don't know how many customers TELUS has. 2 million, 20 million. But if Railtown ends up getting 30,000 small to medium businesses revenue, it's going to be more than that. I don't know how to give the scale. But when the data centers are doing 2 billion, 3 billion a year, and Railtown is getting a split, they're not counting each customer, although they'll probably have that data. They're just getting a revenue split on usage, probably token by token, compute power by compute power, from all the end users running their business through TELUS, and there's a revenue split. What's so hard to understand about that? And that's what they're working on. That's what they have been working on. What's so hard to understand about the interview that Rebecca Kurzweil did with Dr. Tom Core about the AIP network? 200 companies doing 500 million in revenue. And they're going to move, Anya, they're going to move their spend on hyperscalers. 120 million is what was talked about, over 100 million anyway, in the interview. It's probably 200 million. They're going to move that to TELUS. What's hard to understand about that? How many times do you need to be told that? I would just keep buying, and you're not going to sell anyway. I don't think. Dirty Randy, Obviously, I've been bitching about this for over a year. I'm asking, where did the new CEO talk come from? Nobody said that to my knowledge. Yeah, it's not dirty. It's not Railtown. It's TELUS. TELUS is getting a new CEO. Yeah, you've been bitching about it, but I think you're bitching about it from good intent, you know. I know you're not working with the shorts, so you know you have legitimate um, I don't know what word to use. I was going to say it's misunderstandings is too it's too dismissive, but um, I think I got so angry during the AIP network buyout. I don't know why it took so long. I think they could have gotten that done in June or July, in my opinion. There's no reason that it should have taken until November. Absolutely no reason. And I got really frustrated with that. But I don't know about this TELUS thing. They say the data center is totally sold out, but that doesn't make sense to me. They got 4 customers. They've got EY. Um, is it Salesforce or something like that? A medical one. Anyway, they got basically 3 or 4 customers. That's not sold out. I was told that the TELUS data centers could handle all of Canada's business. Maybe that was hyperbole. I just don't think they're sold out. I think what's sold out is the um, what are they, blocker 100s, whatever, the chips they have from NVIDIA now are maybe 2, 3, or 4 modules. Those might be sold out, but that might leave another 4, 5, 6 modules just awaiting the Vera Rubin chips. And that could be the whole reason for this delay-ish feeling. Maybe they're just waiting on delivery of these chips from NVIDIA and the installation of the Vera Rubin chips on 6, I don't know the number, 4 or 5 or 6 new stacks at Rimouski. And certainly they're working on Kamloops. But these are things that are beyond Railtown's control. And while Railtown is out there at conferences, telling the story the best they can, doing the hackathons, posting on LinkedIn, they may be precluded from talking about Rimouski at all or Kamloops at all. And what the tough part is, that wasn't known a year ago. Maybe it should have been known third or fourth quarter, but I'm not even sure it was known then. And now, what do? Blow up the deal just to get some news out? Or do you? It's a shitty hand. Everybody's waiting. But once the wait is over, what stops the stock? What stops the stock once the wait's over? I mean, there's execution risk. There's the risk that it doesn't scale, which I think's small, or the data center for some reason fails. That's why it's so critical that the data center be ready to take the load. And to the extent that that's taking time to set up, and maybe it's just waiting for the Vera Rubin chips, the very nice chips. I don't know. None of us know. But I don't think blaming it on the company makes, well, I, I can see your point, Dirty Randy, too. So it's all about managing expectations. All I can say, I really believe that my revenue projections are low. I think my price targets are low. There is obviously risk still, and we're still waiting for the information. But by the time that news, so-called news, by the time PR comes out, yeah, I think the stock's $5. And what it does from there could be really exciting. So I don't know. But no, there's no CEO, no new CEO at Railtel. Donna M., TELUS new CEO. Ricky Brogan. Dirty Randy, good to see you on here. Yes, I'm glad to see Dirty Randy. I think he's a good man. And he may get upset, but I think he's loyal, and I think he has your back. Dirty Randy, okay, thanks. G. Diddy, new CEO for TELUS. They seem to be the holdout on the quiet period. Yes, G. Diddy, I think that's right. He's saying that to you, Dirty Randy. Act Now, MMTLP, what's your opinion on when you think you'll get your initial investment from Torchlight? And do you think we'll be happy campers by 2028? If you have NextBridge, I don't know what you paid for Torchlight. I bought Torchlight, and I think I confused it with another stock, but I think I paid as high as 12, but it might have been 8, something like that. And I certainly bought it around $5 and $6, and then it went down. And I bought more at, the 2-3 range. And I stopped. And then ultimately I sold it. Believe it or not, I sold it to get into what's now the Logic. I should have kept the Torchlight. But anyway, by 2028, I think you're going to get your original investment back in Torchlight on paper. If you're in NextBridge, I think there'll be statements from Equinity. I don't run the place. And the one exception might be they might say it's a private company. But I think your statements will say $15 a share. So that could be as soon as next month or in 2 months. But are you talking about when will you be able to sell it? I don't think Greg should allow NextTrip to sell, because then he's going to help out the shorts. I think he should stay private as long as he can. But there might be an informal market that gets set up at some point. But I think NextBridge is a stock that you're not going to want to sell, and just to get your money back from Torchlight. I think NextBridge I think NextBridge um, uh, could be a stock that you should not sell during the next cycle. I think they're going to do really well. The caution I have is I think oil, look, what's happened in the Middle East, in my opinion, is a before and after moment. And in history, they'll look back on it as when everything changed. But if the Straits of Hormuz do open and we get a worldwide recession or even depression, I think you're going to see oil go, I don't know, 35, $40 a barrel briefly for a little while, possibly. On the other hand, if the Straits of Hormuz do not open, and if we go to war, oil can be $300 a barrel before you have time to change your carburetor, or the filter anyway. So, with that one caveat that in the short run, it's hard to project where oil prices are, but in the longer run, I think you're going to be so happy you own NextBridge. I think it's going to give you tremendous returns on what you put up for Torchlight. But I don't think you're going to be able to sell it. And in fact, I think you should hope you're not able to sell it. Because if they get it trading, then the criminals will be able to hide the 1 or 2 billion shares that they flooded into the market. And you don't want that. You don't want that to happen to Greg. That's my opinion. So I think it's all right. What you have now is a private investment. And I think that's okay. And I think well, I don't know your age or it's highly unlikely that you're older than I am. But I think you should look at it as, I don't know, 5-year hold. And if there's a liquidity event prior to that, great. But I think it's going to be enormous. Well, let me put it this way. It has an excellent chance of being enormously profitable to you. It's a great position. He's got $500 million to put in the ground when no one else is ready. He's going to snap up tremendous acreage positions, underproducing properties, and he knows where to go do it. I don't think you should be looking to sell it. But you want your initial investment back from Torchlight. That's a long time ago, as you know. The other thing is, could he pay a dividend? He could, but I think it's stupid to pay a dividend. Initially, he's got to go build his business. But in a couple of years, 3 years, if oil's $250, $400, $500 a barrel, and he's producing and he's got cash flows, yeah, he might be able to pay off a dividend that's as much as what you paid in Torchlight. So I think it's a great situation. I just would look, you didn't have liquidity anyway. Now you have probably no liquidity, but a lot of hope. And I don't think it's, what's the word? I don't think it's pie in the sky hope. I think it's real. Dirty Randy, still long, Ricky, just annoyed and getting frustrated. Yeah, I get frustrated with it. And I get annoyed with it. Dirty Randy, I've been doing this a year from when I said, I think it was June 5th. And I was thinking about it today, walking around The whole DC, there's development everywhere. There's young people with families. They're celebrating the 4th of July. Life is going on. And I'm thinking to myself, what have you been doing for a year? So I understand the frustration. Corey needs to update the shareholders. It's time to shit or get off the pot. This is a fast moving industry. Yeah, I have a friend. He might be erstwhile, but not from my standpoint. He feels exactly the way you do, Dirty Randy. He thinks that technology, but AI, that if you're not out there, you're going to be eclipsed by somebody else. Well, I talked to Corey, and I've shared that conversation. I wrote it down. The book's over there. In December, I've shared that conversation as much as I felt I could. He said, he told me, I haven't told you anything non-public. But he said, use your judgment. But he told me, I asked him that question. He said, has Railtown just gotten blown away, I think was my word, by the competition? Is LangChain blowing them away? Is Google ADK blowing them away? Is Amazon going to create something that blows Railtown away? How about all these half a dozen, now it's, 24 competitors? Are they blowing Railtown away? I asked him that. December, not too long ago. And his answer was, nobody can blow us away. We have strong IP. It took 2.5 years of heavy lift to build Conductor. It took 2.5 years or so of heavy lift to build Rail Engine. I don't know where that leaves rail tracks. But he said, nobody can do it. Nobody can do it quickly. You can throw all the money you want at it. But our products were built, they were self-learning. They were real use cases. It's a lot of years of people using it. Guess what? For free. People using it for free. But it became the input that builds the moat around what Railtown has. And he said, nobody can do that quickly. That was one part of the answer. The other part is the market is so big. It's $300 billion a year in spending and estimated to grow to over $1 trillion. Well, take 300 billion. Let's say there's 100 companies that do exactly what Railtown does. They each get 1% of that market. It's $1 billion a year. There aren't 100 companies. There aren't 100 companies. But further than that, I don't think anybody has what Railtown has. I know LangChain doesn't. But you're right, it is a fast-moving market. But I don't think Railtown's been left behind one iota. And oddly, when I left Merrill Lynch years ago and joined a great company, I bemoaned the fact that when I turned on the TV, I could always see a Merrill Lynch advertisement. But my new company, I never saw any ads at all. And my manager said, get over it. And he was right. He said, what Merrill Lynch is doing is they're educating the world on what the market is. And by the way, the Dow back then was like 1100. That Merrill Lynch is spending the money, but you're benefiting. All brokerage firms are benefiting from Merrill Lynch's spending. And that's kind of what's going on with all the spending from Sequoia and that group on LangChain, with all the propaganda that comes out of Palo Alto on all these areas, with the knowledge that's going out. What is the orchestration layer? What is necessary? All of that is helping create demand, high demand in this area. It's going to help. It's going to help Railtown, but we're frustrated because they can't talk about it yet. I submit to you that the reason they can't talk about it yet isn't because they're not going to have revenue, isn't because they're not working hard at becoming a decacorn, maybe being worth 10 billion. And at 10 billion, two numbers at 10 billion. If at 10 billion, the underlying revenue is growing and you don't want to use 35, let's use 25x. They just have to, it's a lot right now, but they have to do 400 million in forward projectable revenue at 25x. That's 10 billion. The other number is 10 billion divided by, let's say, 240 million shares. I think it's $41 a share, but I screwed up. Yeah, 41.66. I think that's going to pay for all this frustration and all that. It is a fast-moving industry, but I think Corey and Marwan got started 7 years ago, and they got ready, and it's a perfect storm of being ready. But the delay here, I don't think is Railtown. I think TELUS, that's my opinion. I think if it is even a delay, it might be, it might be in our mind that it's a delay, but this is a big behemoth company, but it's also the Canadian government. And they're not thinking in day trading terms. They're thinking about, we want to win this for the next 50 years. They're going to get it right. That's what I think. Dirty Randy, we need major adoption, not some dorks at a conference who use it and write some blog post about how great it is. That's not meaningful. Or it means we have to wait some time for the share price to move. I agree with that. I think our theory is, and this is certainly how I view it, that Darren Entwistle knows his customer base. And when he projects $2 billion annualized by 2028 from AI-enabled technology, he knows from where he's talking about, or from where he's talking. So I think TELUS is going to get to $2 billion ARR from AI in 2028, and it's going to grow from there. Question is, how much of that is revenue that Railtown shares. We don't know. My number is using half of it. I just used a quarter of it, but half of it at 20%, it could be 15%, could be 25%. I don't think it's 10%. I don't think it's 40%. I suppose it could be 30%. It could be 1875, 18.75%. I don't know. But using 20% times a billion. So let's say it's not 2028. Let's say it takes until 29 or 30 to get $1 billion in shared revenue at TELUS for Railtown at 20%. That's 200 million. Let's say as we exit this decade, 200 million a year from that one TELUS project. Now the question is that just Rimouski or does that include Kamloops? I don't know. Let's just say it's together. Well, in the meantime, they've proved the concept, and the whole world wants sovereign AI. Sovereignty isn't just about the country, it's also about the vertical nature of the data, keeping the data off the internet. So all you need, Dirty Randy, is let's just be dreamers. All you need is 10 similar contracts. There's 12,000 data centers in the world. Hell, in the United States, I think we're building 10 of them here in Virginia. But let's just say they get 10 total by the end of the decade. And they all project at 200 million a year. That's $2 billion in revenue, 100% almost payout. 2 billion and growing. That's 10 data centers or data center clusters out of what right now 12,000 in the world. 2 billion and growing. I don't know. 25, 50, 75 multiple, 35 multiple. At 100% margin, I'll go with 35. Oh my gosh. Do you know what that works out to? That's a $70 billion company. Let's take half of that. That's a $35 billion company. Divided by 240 million shares. It's $145 a share. I think the company's doing the correct thing, focusing on business and keeping the news tight when the upside could be $150 a share. That's my opinion. Anya's in love with Tony. No, just kidding. Anya, Tony De Niro's motives are to buy at the bottom. That's his motive. Well, it's very amateur. Very amateur. But it's great if he can do it. It's great if he can do it. Right now, I would tell you this is the bottom. But Tolstoy King will tell you it's going to 27 cents. There was an alligator out there that said it's going to 22 cents. And anything's possible in the short run, Anya. Anything's possible. But people, it's very rare, Anya, it's very amateur to expect that you can buy exactly at the bottom on a stock. It's not only amateur, it's virtually impossible. Warren Buffett can't do it. But in a broad range, you can. And I would argue that Railtown's been trading at the bottom of the barrel all year. Now you and Tony think if somebody paid 60 cents, they paid too much. But Tony paid 55 cents on you. I have it in a post or something very close to that. I have it in a post. But I think that's a great price. I think 50 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents, great price. Looking back on it, if the stock goes to $145, whether you paid 30 cents or 70 cents, it's all going to, on the chart, it's all going to look like the same price. I don't think that's his motive. I think he wants to turn people into hot money, nervous money, trading money, because money in motion, you can go claim. I'm trying to tell you, Anya, and I know you don't know me, but you're sitting on a stock, you don't even know what you own if you're trying to buy it at the bottom. You have no clue what you own. Railtown's technology is disruptive. And that comes in your lifetime. To have the chance to buy something like this, it might come by 3 times, maybe 6. I don't know your age. Maybe 6 times. Once a decade. You got to trade in probabilities. You got to invest in probabilities. Railtown right now, Anya, is priced. The price of the stock right now is that it's going out of business, that it's going to be seller boxed. That's where the price is. So what do you care if you pay? Well, I care if I don't have a lot of money. If I had money, I'd love to be buying it at Tony DeNaro's new price of the low instead of Tony DeNaro's last price of 55 cents a share. Well, let me move on you. I don't want to talk about Tony. Anya, I beg to differ with you, William, but Tony wants an edge, and he shares it with his Discord. Great. What edge? He's obviously not sharing with you how Railtown's going to make money. What's he sharing with you? His edge is he's going to buy it at 29 cents or 27 cents instead of his 55 cents he paid last year. That's his edge. He's going to completely miss the forest for one tree. I don't know, Anya. I really hope you and Tony, if he's legit, I hope you both don't sell the stock and you hold it, because I think you have something that's going to give you incredible returns. Now, that's not, I don't like diamond hands. And if the whole world changes, those multiples can change. I don't think the revenue is going to change because this is based on current spending. And I believe spending on software will continue even in a depression, even in a war, but the multiples could change. So instead of 145, maybe it's, 45. But we gotta pay attention to all that. I don't personally know how to trade it. If big institutions or small ones come in to buy alongside us and we sell, and Tony has you looking for an edge, and if it goes to $11 and he says, hey, this looks like a Fibonacci count, this and that, why don't we get he'll be out of it long before 11. He'll tell you to get out at 3. But let's say it's 11 and he tells you to sell out, and then we're going to try to buy it back at $9. Well, let's say it does do that. You sell 100,000 shares at 11, and it does pull back to 9. But all of a sudden, the difference this time is you're sitting in the market fighting against Mavericks, Omers, Fidelity, and the Morgan Stanley Tech Fund. And they're each are in there trying to buy 1 million shares. Are you going to get filled on 100,000 shares? That's the only thing. I don't have an answer, but I wouldn't want to take that risk. I wouldn't want to take that risk. Anya, I didn't say you were insane. Well, it keeps me from being crazy. Adelip, Tony is toyed, plain and simple. Adelip, Tony is telling people he dislikes that he won't tell them when. He's telling people he dislikes that he won't tell them when to sell. What if we don't want to sell? What if he likes you? Anya, I think you guys don't understand what Tony is saying and doing. He is long-term and promoting. I hope you're right, Anya. It's not worth fighting about. I don't agree with that, but I don't know Tony. And I think he pitches the Fudster line, but it could be coincidence. It could be because he doesn't know any better. But I believe, I'll tell you what I believe, Anya. He's trying to picture to you and others that he's an expert in rail. He didn't find Railtown. He found it because he saw me. He was coming after me, just so you know. But then after he attacked me and the investment, suddenly after a month or so, he somehow did due diligence. I think what's really happening, he sees a lot of activity here, and he sees a lot of cash if it goes up that he can bring over to his so-called edge. And I think that's what's on his mind. And he's going to get you thinking, Anya, in terms of, hey, we can buy it at the bottom. And you should ask him, did he buy it at 55 cents? I could be slightly off, but it was somewhere around there. He doesn't tell you about that, but he posted it when it was running. I don't blame him. I've done that. I bought stocks as they're going up. But anyway, I think what he wants you, Anya, is you're starting to think in terms of day trading, edge. It's down, we're going to buy some. And then when it's up, okay, we'll sell some. Well, that might work, frankly, as long as the stock stays under $5, because institutions may or may not be in there. But once it gets well over $5 and gets in the teens, I just don't know what to tell you about how much stock is going to be available to buy if you follow his edge. I think he wants you popping in and out of the stock. And I think it's going to cost you dearly. This is, I don't know, an analogy would be some young guy flipping houses in a hot market, like here. And he started 15 years ago. And he's inefficient, maybe has an expensive team, but he makes money each time. He would have been better renovating those houses and just keeping them. I don't think that's true now, but he would have then. I think that's what it's going to be with Railtown. Adelep, there's nothing long about Tony Two-Step. I tend to agree with that. Actually, I made it pretty clear that I do agree with that. Anya, Obviously, I am in Tony's Discord. Always take some profits, but hold on to some. Anya? I think that is such cornball advice. Are you managing a portfolio? Are you a trader? You might be. It makes sense with all that. The only time to sell Railtown, I'm not ready to give my targets of when to sell because I'd like to see some research. I'd like to see some projections about what revenue is going to be. But right now, I don't think I would sell the stock all the way up to $25. I don't think I'd sell the stock. But that's not a blanket statement. So, like I say, I'd like to see the research. But I'd be really nervous, Anya, selling at 3. Why would you sell some? Always take some profits. Why? What sense does that make? Let's say you have 50,000 shares of Railtown and you pay 40 cents. So you got 20 grand in it. You have 50,000 shares. I have 40 cents. So you have 20,000 in it. And he's going to tell you, I knew it, Anya, I knew it. If let's say some news comes out and it trades up to $1.50, he's going to tell you to take some profits and leave some in. Is that what he's going to tell you? And then it goes to $2.50. He's going to tell you to take some profits and leave some in, right? Where are you going to put it? AME? I don't get it. But you're not really listening to me. If Railtown goes to $2.50, that's 8x from here, and you're going to take some profits. But to me, anything that makes it go here is the setup that makes it go to $25 on its way to 50. I'm not saying right away, but what's so urgent that you need to turn your account into cash? Now, if you need the money, that's different. If you borrowed money to do the trade and you got to pay some back, that's different. If you have an investment that's going to go up 100x, that's different. But Tony doesn't have any. He took the idea from me. And I'm not saying, look, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, it's not like he sourced this idea. I think he wants you to be liquid when it goes up so he can get you in stocks that he's paid to promote. That's my opinion on you, but I could be wrong. Mega Pony. Hey, dipshit, what happened to 55 by May? Oh, it didn't happen. I guess you're calling me dipshit. It didn't happen. And I think I've gone through a lot of explanation, Mega Pony, as to why. Now, I talked to somebody, the scuttlebutt kind of talking, somebody that owns the stock and understands it, unlike you. And he told me, your target might be right. You might see that in May or June. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, $5, $5.50 a share. And I said, no, my target's $55 a share. And he said, oh, but Mega Pony, my target still is $55 a share. And I don't know where, you must be young. I don't know what happened to your generation, but you need that instant gratification. There's two reasons I said 55 by May. Three reasons, really. One was because it was a clever number. The fifth month, I said 55 by 5. That's what I said. But I said that, I don't know, 10 months ago. It was before people really knew the story. And I wanted it something easy to remember. One. Two, there was a lot of you guys at that time. There was a lot of fudstering going on, and I didn't want people shaken out. Of course, now it looks like, I guess, guys like Tony and maybe Anya and maybe yourself, if people had gotten out at 40 cents, they'd go buy something else. Maybe GDC at $8. Now it's 11 cents. I don't know. I don't know. But there were a lot of fudsters, and I didn't want, I hadn't gone with high numbers until then, but I wanted people not to be shaken out. And I wanted them to know that the prize was very big. It wasn't just this day trading. And the third reason I did it is because I think it's completely justifiable. Let me give it to you, Mega Pony. $55 times 240 million shares is a $13 billion valuation. That seems absurd right now. I will admit that. I think it sounds completely absurd that Railtown's going to be a decacorn. But I think it's entirely plausible. Let me show you why. $13.2 billion. Let's use a 35 multiple and see where it leads us. That's 377 million in annual recurring revenue. To me, that's TELUS plus one other data center, a company. I mean, not a cluster. It's totally plausible. So your question is, why didn't it happen in May? I think the answer I've already given you. I think TELUS has been a big. I don't know that it's fair to call it a delay, but I think TELUS has been deliberate in making sure that they're ready to flip the switch at Rimouski and Kamloops. Maybe it's more than that. Maybe TELUS still has something more to announce. Like, I can't. It's all speculation on my part. Maybe it's that there's some sort of amalgamation is a favorite word in Canada, and it's running through the Canadian funding program that the applications expire tomorrow. Maybe it's something like that. We just don't know. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means time has gone by. So what I would submit to you, Mega Pony, is I still think $55 is going to happen. Just it didn't happen in May. And I think most people knew that when you make such a bold projection, that the timing is the least likely thing that's going to happen. But I still stand by $55. What's your target? What's your target? Mega Pony. Oh God, you You kept saying that since last November. Actually, that's not true. I kept saying it since probably July. I said it for a long time. I still say it. I still think the stock, my target is $55 Mega Pony. Now, if you're holding me to May, May just ended. It's midnight. It's June 1st already. So I was wrong about May. You win. You got me. I was wrong about May. Mega Pony. The price now is still below your father's boils. Bowls? Oh, balls. So how do you explain that? Well, my father's dead. I appreciate your insult, but my father's dead. And you know, Mega Pony, during Lent, I went to St. Matthew's, and the elderly priest there, very good priest, he said the mass for my sister's wedding, my kid sister. But he said something after the gospel. He was talking about it. I think it might have been Lazarus, or it was the resurrection of Christ himself. But the priest told us that we all are going to face death. We're all leaving this earth. And then he said, without exception. And he repeated it, without exception. It's going to happen to each of us. And he said that in that context, you want to prepare, in whatever belief system you have, you want to prepare for what comes next. And I would guess, Mega Pony, that making fun of my dead father and coming on here to help people lose money is not preparing you for eternity. Anya, if I'm in at 28 cents or 29 average, see, this, guys, this is why they're here. This is why they're here. They're here to tell you to start taking profits. Why would you take profits at $1? Why? Because you're a great trader? Tony is a great source of ideas? Anya, respectfully, I think right now you're not thinking very clearly. That's stupidity. You're going to sell at $1? If I'm in at 28 cents or 29 cents, I will probably start taking some profits at $1. Like your viewers, I have a lot of shares. She wants you to sell to help out the shorts. Anya, if you have a lot of shares, hold them. If you give your shares away at $1, you're going to regret it. And then you know what you're going to be left with the rest of your life? Well, I always take some profits. You'll say some loser thing like that. If you have a lot of shares in Railtown, Anya, you don't have to be a day trader. You don't have to listen to Tony in Discord. Just hold the stock. If you have a lot, I don't know how many you have. Let's say you have 100,000 shares and it goes to $25. You have $2.5 million. 。 at a 5% yield, you make 10 grand a month off of that for the rest of your life. Why would you sell it $1? But guys, the reason I'm even spending time with all this is what Tony's going to do to you. That's why he has Discord. That's why he talks out there as if this were his idea, as if he were long. He wants you to liquidate. It helps out the shorts. And it's insane. I think it's insane, to use Anya's word. In other words, Anya has no idea what her stock is worth. She's just trading on bumper sticker slogans. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to go through it again, Anya, because you're not listening. There's no one blinder than she who will not listen. But you're Railtown's worth. Anya, I'll give you one number. Of course you won't listen because you're stubborn. You're as stubborn as a mule. And you're not that bright. You're not coming across as all that bright, frankly. But that might be a misunderstanding on my part. Let's say Railtown does 240 million in ARR in 2 years. Where do I get that? I get 200 million the way I just told you from the data centers. I could be wrong. $1 billion times 20%. Where do I get the 40 million? From AIP moving their, let's say, 200 million in hyperscaler spend. That's they're doing 500 million in revenue. I'd say they're probably spending that. They're growing, so that gives me room to be wrong. So 20% of that's 40. So 240 million let's say exiting 2028. So 2 years from now. 2.5 years. Do you know how many shares are outstanding, Anya? Does Tony know how many shares are outstanding? Fully diluted? FD, you see how many shares are outstanding, Anya? 240 million. So in 2 years, if they're doing 240 million in top line revenue, net revenue, cash flow, guess what they're cash flowing every year, Anya? $1 a share. You're right. So why would you take profit at $1 a share when you're going to get cash flow of $1 a share out of the company? I for the life of me, I look, I've done this a long time. I've made mistakes. I've been in the investment business. Actually, I started when we lived in Moscow. I started following Pan Am. Every time the International Herald Tribune came, I would follow the price of Pan Am. And that was a long, long time ago. I was just a boy. Your advice is worthless. If you're a day trader or a trader, brilliant, because you're trying to protect your wad. You're trying to protect what the paymaster gave you to trade. But if you're an investor, that's just really bad advice. But go ahead and do it, Anya. You're not, I don't know you, and you're not obviously here to befriend me. But I'm afraid of this, that Tony, the reason he came in early is to get people thinking he's their bud, and then he's going to give really helpful advice like this idiocy. Why would you sell a stock that I think quite reasonably could be doing $1 a share in cash flow in 2 or 3 years? Why would you sell it at $1? Do you have a better idea? I got 1 or 2 ideas, but I'm not giving them out to you and Tony. Here in the United States, I have to pay $6.95 commission. So you buy in bulk. Okay. Where are you from, Anya? Are you Czech? Polish? Ruski? Anya. I would say you're Czech. Mega Pony. My Matha stock has gone up these 1 year. So you made everyone miss out due to your failed stock again. What's every Matha stock? Matha. MAGA stock? Well, yeah, you bring up a good point. I told people about Intel, for example, but I didn't emphasize it. I've been a big advocate for silver. I talked several times about the semiconductors, and Micron was a great example of that. Yeah, there's been stocks that have gone up. There's no question. And if you, instead of buying Railtown and put your money in there, you're right, it's an opportunity cost. But who knows, Megapony, you're looking backwards. Who knows what people felt like at that time? When I recommended Intel, it was like $18. No one thought it was going back up. I liked it as a contrarian play. And then Trump invested in it. And then, the rest is history. But it wasn't obvious to people back then. But yeah, you're right. There's been opportunity cost being in Railtown. And that is frustrating. But I don't buy your argument that people have lost. For example, let me use Intel. Broadly, I'm tired, I don't want to look it up. But broadly, Intel's gone up 6x. So you're right. People could have bought Intel. It's up 6x, and now sell Intel and buy Railtown. But no, we didn't know that at that time. But let me put it to you another way. Intel's up 6x. Railtown, right now, 29 cents. As soon as the light switch goes on, Railtown could be $3. That's 10x. And $3 is just the beginning. So I think people are not going to miss out. And I don't think the stock's failed. But anyway, Megapony, you're obviously here. Never seen you before. You don't know anything about the stock. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to keep going. Anya, I also own TELUS. I am thinking Canadian is the way to go. Well, it's already 1 o'clock, so I'm not going to be able to go through tonight what I was going to go through. But and I'm going to quit here soon because I got to get up early. I I think Canadian is a very good story. But you got to be, the Canadian markets are brutal, and so are the United States. So I don't think you should just be trading. I think all of these stocks that guys like Tony or you, you've really got to feel like you have access to information. And there's no indication to me that Tony has access to anything. And maybe if you want to be a trader, I mean, that's fine. I just don't think anybody here should be a day trader. But Canadian is a good suggestion. I think one of the things about Railtown is it's the only public stock that's neutral anyway and is exclusively in this space that you can buy. You know, so it's a pure play. It's a pure Canadian play too. Richard Cox, it's time for a stock crash. Yeah, it could be, but I think I think the 44 or 43-year bull market, the secular bull market, I agree with you. I think we're going to have a crash, but my opinion, I've lost my little yellow card. I hope I have it over there. But Richard, I've been giving the numbers to my target. I kept moving them up too. After others moved theirs to match mine, I moved mine higher. But I still think you've got 30%, maybe 40% uplift in the market in a melt up top. And we might be in it right now. The market is ignoring all bad news, and good news makes it go up. And there's a lot of liquidity out there. It could be the AI driven things. It could be just that institutions are chasing each other's stocks. It could be the MAGA 7. It could be that by that time everybody's going to be piling it. But I think the market's going to, I forget my target. I think I had the Dow either at 65,000 or 75,000. I might have had the S&P at 8 or 8,500. I don't know if I went higher. I think I had the NASDAQ at anyway, I don't remember right now. But another 30-40% up all at once. After that, I think you have a crash. I think you're right. But, you know, even when markets crash, some stocks do hang in there. I think this crash that's coming from those highs, my prediction is we fall 95%. Top to spike bottom, 95%. Maybe a better way of saying it is 95% compared to the price of gold. But either way, I think it's going to be a round trip, essentially, in the markets when this happens. And, you know, that doesn't get it back to 1,000 Dow. It doesn't even get it back to 3,000 Dow. But that's what I think. I think it can round trip to the downside. I don't think it's going to last that long. It's going to scare everybody. Everything will be for sale. Margin calls, it'll be frightening. But people that are prepared, and I hope to have people here prepared, will be fine. We won't get it exactly right, but Um, it may sound questionable, but I think the world will flood to the dollar, and the world will turn to the Federal Reserve Bank to manage the crisis. And I think the Fed, my opinion, is the Fed will expand its balance sheet to as much as $50 trillion. If it's not just the Fed, it might be the United States puts out another 30 trillion and the Fed puts out 30 trillion. I think the world will turn to the United States to rescue one more time. It'll be the last time, I think. And then the mantle of world currency will shift. I don't think it'll be the ruble. I'm not so sure it'll be the yuan. It might be SDRs. It might be some basket. But anyway, it doesn't matter. That let the future take care of that. But I think when that happens, when the monies come in to recover the market, I think the monies in for the United States will probably go to war, but it'll also go to rescue, and it might go to rescue some banks, rescue accounts, might be all that. But I think that the main concept is going to be reshoring of our industrial might. So it'll be infrastructure plays, it'll be uh, uh, you know, I'm too tired to think of all the U.S. companies that could grow in the future. But the common theme all of them will have is commodities, energy, iron ore, etc., copper, lead. So and then building bridges, steel, all of these kind of companies will be where the leadership in the next market uplift goes. I also think AI will be at the forefront of US spending. I think it could be the data centers, but I think it'll certainly be the keeping up with the Russians, the Chinese, whoever the competitors are, because the United States will want to make sure that in the next industrial revolution, we're a leader. So I think it'll also be AI. I don't think the market will go back to whatever highs it falls from, but it'll get close. But I think it'll take 20, 30 years before the market ever gets back to where it was. And what's weird, you can look back at what happened 100 years ago, and it feels like it's going to do essentially the same thing. But thank you for your erudite comment. Dirty Randy, William, I need to correct you. Rebecca is terrible IR. She had a solid interview. Beside that, she's well, I actually think, Dirty Randy, they should get a full-time IR person. I think she's kind of part-time. She's building her own business, and it's an interview business. It's an IR business, but she does it with a lot of companies, not just Railtown. So I think for what she's been hired to do, she's done all right, which I agree with you. It's basically that interview. I think she got ahead of herself at once, which I never hung her out to dry. She posted something she probably shouldn't have. But I think she's done all right. I think for the role she's been asked to do. But I agree with you, Dirty Randy. They should hire somebody full time. And they will. It might be her, it might be she. But On the other hand, maybe they'll find somebody else. Or maybe the company will be bought out by then. I don't know. But you actually make a good point. Megapony, everyone better notice every commitment or push statements by this guy. My name is William. He does add a maybe not at the end. You guys better wake up what this guy is about. Every day talking out of his ass. Well, actually, I'm sitting on my ass and I'm talking out of my mouth. Um, what are you doing? Anya, meh, leave him alone, Megapony. Do your own thing. Anya, I get it. Megapony. Pushing new narratives, 1.5 year sayings you'll never see 30 cents. His same few cahoots always coming in here and saying, oh, I managed to scrape a few cents below my sofa. Gonna buy 2 more. Who are you? Have you been on here with a different name? Megapony, whatever you think, whatever I think, Railtown is going to do what it's going to do. Nobody's promoting that stock. So anyway, that's all I can say. You can be negative with completely unfounded comments. You can say I'm everything you want to say negative. You don't know me. But Railtown's going to achieve what Railtown is going to do. You tear me down, has nothing to do. I have nothing to do with Railtown. I'm not paid by Railtown. I can barely get third or fourth party, third or fourth hand information right now, and that's because of the quiet period. But Megapony, I've studied this, and I've studied the industry, and I've put it up. Everything I've said, I've essentially given a footnote to. You just come out with drivel. I don't know why. What's your motive? Are you short? Are you trapped, or are you being paid to do it? Because I don't know what your motive is. I think Anya probably owns shares. Do you own any shares? What's your interest here? Anya, I already said I own TELUS. I own a lot of Railtown. I am a supporter. Good, Anya. If you ever tell us what it is, I'll put it on our list and we'll be above 22 million. But no, you don't have to. That's all voluntary. But good, I'm glad you own it. And I don't know what to say about TELUS. This SpaceX seems to be the height of the bubble to me. But TELUS has a lot of good things going for it. And I used to think the battery technology, but now I think they have an alternative AI silo. Have a hell of a lot of information, and those taxi cabs driving everywhere are going to get even more information. So I don't think we're going to Mars or the moon to live. Maybe going there for materials and to put robots there, maybe. But I think TELUS has a lot going. But Anya, how are people going to make a lot of money with TELUS? But I hope you hold on to Railtown. I really hope you hold on to Railtown. Megapony, his hand action swinging all over the screen, science and real. But you sound like the same woman who had a different name. So I'm just going to move on. I'm too tired to comment. Anya, the CEO should not be doing PR. Let a lower level person give us some tidbits of what is in the works. Well, they've run a lean shop. I don't know who that lower level person would be. You've got Corey, Marwan, Dr. Elliott, and Paul Woodward. So, what are you going to do? Go down to the parking garage and see if the cashier can give out some news. There just isn't much, guys. We're all getting frustrated. Once the news breaks, we'll have information, we'll have research, and it's going to be a whole different story. And Anya, I hope you hold on. If I were in your shoes, I would sell Tesla to buy Railtown, but of course that would create taxable events. But I really hope you have a lot of Railtown, and I hope you don't sell. Adelep, Mega Pony is Tony, full of crap to narrow, in my opinion. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Makes sense. Anya, I'm not a day trainer. What are you assuming? All right. Well, you talk like one. Anya, you're making assumptions that are false. Okay. I made an ass out of you and umption. Yeah, that's, I don't know you. Um, but you're selling at $1. What is that? Would you sell Tesla? I don't know. Dirty Randy. William, the company can keep info tight, fine. But why the muck was Toronto boy pumping all this BS 1.5 years ago? Oh. I'm not going to read that last part because it might get quoted, but I see what you're thinking. I don't think so, but I suppose I don't know, but I don't think so. Everybody everybody has different reactions to information and I mean, I was wrong last year. Of course, I didn't make it up. I wasn't, pulling it out of thin air. But that's an interesting thought. Mega Pony, always reading other high-profile company news material, trying to associate with Railtown. We have seen this from every stock forum and grifters. Oh, God. Okay. Mega Pony, you win. I'm a grifter. Can you just move on? And on top of this particular guy is so shameless and still asking you all for money. Well, how do you get paid, Mega Pony? I'm not quite sure, Mega Pony, but you remind me of, I can almost remember her name. But you're this woman who, I don't know why you're so unhappy and pissed off at the world. I really don't. I don't know why you have a hard on for me. Anya, make your own decisions, Mega Pony. We all have brains. That's true. Mega Pony. Now some of his cahoots will name call me. Same playbook. So now see, that's the funny thing. The Basher's Handbook, if you read it out, if you call it out, they can come and play it back. It becomes this loop. So, I mean, yeah, I guess if for example, that idea that the bashers have people that help them. So he's gonna, or she, Megapony, I think's the she, is going to say that I have that same thing. It's not me, Megapony. You know, if you don't believe it, you don't believe it. But I'm not constructed the way you are. I'm just not. I don't have that motive, and I don't steal. I do not steal. Megapony. Bottom line, none will address what I said. Weak. None can deny, so start name calling. Same like the Democrats Party. Okay. Anya, you were wrong. Democrats rule. Megapony. Oh, God. Seems so many previous old loyals of William are not here anymore. They're probably asleep. Probably all got chased out by William for asking honest questions or find it painful to have lost too much dollars. Well, it's possible. I sometimes have pissed people off or spoken back to them. And yes, I've lost money. People here have lost money. But actually, Megapony, I don't know what you're trying to do to help people. I'm actually believe that by investing in Railtown, people can make back the losses that you and your friends caused them to lose. And, you know, I don't know if it applies to Anya, but someone that lost money in MMTLP, for example, can take that amount of money and divide it by $3.50 a share, come up with a number of shares that she needs to buy in Railtown, and then, of course, you got to add back what you got to add to it what you paid for Railtown. So probably when the stock goes to $3.75, $4, maybe a little higher. And of course, that's a prediction, not a promise. Back in the green. And I think that's a strategy for people to make their money back. I don't know what your strategy is. Just being a pill, I guess. Anya, that's harsh. Money, Megapony, see a new grifter associate. I don't know if you've just been listening, Megapony, but I was pretty hard on Anya. I doubt she's going to say she's an associate. Anya, you're wrong, Megapony, as usual. Megapony, just you all wait. Clock, turquoise, looking up. Okay. Anya, I can walk away tomorrow, Megapony, with minimal, if any, loss. So not quite sure what you're saying. Megapony, many lost so much by this grifter with his past 9 stocks. The 10th one will be grander. Just wait, hands yellow, heart red. You're that woman. I wish I could remember her name. I'm just too tired. What did I ever do to you? I haven't recommended 9 stocks. I'm sorry. Anya, I followed Tony De Niro, doing well with him. Megapony, that's why I'm here. Commenters diss him. I make dollars. Well, fair enough. I've never listened to him to trade his shares. So if you have a good experience trading with him, that's a reason to keep doing it. But I tell you, whatever your account is right now, Anya, if you just hold Railtown, and I personally would move some of your Tesla over there, Railtown can make your account. I sounds like you already have a big account, but you can make your account significantly worthwhile, and then you just take a little bit of it, which is probably bigger than what you're trading with now, and trade Tony stocks for fun. Mega Pony, ever since my painful reference, that's right. So you're angry at me. Ever since my painful lessons on the first few stocks plus Finger. What were my first few stocks? Finger was the first one. So I just, and I didn't, it wasn't my stock. It wasn't my stock, dear. And I told people to sell. I just don't know where you're coming from. No worries, Megapony. I'm just from Tony De Niro's Discord. I want to say let's have peace. We're all along. I don't know if Megapony is. Anya, Tony's not a bad guy, period. Okay. I'll take that into account. I'll take that into account. I'm skipping. Anya. Oh my gosh, I never said the CEO should probably have, I suggested a public relations person. Yeah, I know. When I was answering that, I think I was shifting to somebody else's comment about Corey. So I wasn't, but you're right. That's what you said, PR person. You did say that. Anya, I want Railtown to prosper. I know, but what I don't want is people listening to your idea to start selling at $1. I just think that's really bad. Anya, I think you need to take a step back. You think anyone says is confrontational. Yeah, lots of times I do. Not so much everything they say, but I see ghosts as far as let's call it the short complex is concerned. If you're not part of it, you're not part of it. But I don't know. But they come in as friends, they come in as helpful, they come in angry, they come in all different ways. But they have one goal: to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and to cause people to be constantly dependent on a day trader, constantly selling, and it's a recipe for disaster. And that's why I react to it. I react to the message. People should not sell this stock at $1. You're just wrong. Anya, I'm not looking for a day trade. You make so many assumptions. Well, you're going to sell it at $1. I guess your argument is it could take weeks. It's really stupid to sell it at $1. Whatever I say, you argue with. I am in to make money. I'm not day trading. Okay. Well, how much money do you want to make? That's another thing, Anya. Eventually, I want people to see that their wealth isn't necessarily dollars, but we're not there yet. But I think you make a lot more money not selling it at $1. Neil Grondick, Rail, thank you, Neil. Good to see you. Rail released the report prior to June 1. No debt, money in the war chest, and now 30 days Q2 is in the rear view mirror. That's when people should make an informed decision to buy wholesale. I agree. Thank you, Neil. That's exactly right. One more month, and the first half of I mean, it's frustrating, but then we start again, and people can say, "Yeah, you've been saying that every quarter." Me, not you. But I agree with you. Mega Pony. One of his trademark bullshit is, "I will be this," or "I will be by so and so," but I could be wrong. Better you all wake up, guys. Go seek a better channel or better stocks. Do your own due diligence. That was useful. Anya, wow, you need to calm down. Anya, I have a ton of shares. Don't tell me what to do. You can do whatever you want. I just don't want people to listen to your idea to sell stock at $1. Railtown AI is going to be all right, Neil says. Yes, the lack of news is driving most of us off the edge. There is a lot going on behind the scenes, with former RIM executive taking a good chunk in last raise. Yes, that's true. Anya, I agree with you, Neil Gondek. Anya, I'm not sure why he's going nutso. Well, I'm tired. And maybe I'm not the right person to be doing this. I don't know. Anya, get a grip. Neil Gondek, people need to listen to the Dr. Tom Core interview. He's quite confidently discusses the revenue streams with the AIP companies plus others. There will be hundreds of thousands of customers. Exactly. There will be hundreds of thousands of customers. I was going to play that tonight, Neil. Somebody sent it to me, but man, I'm tired right now. But that's great information, Neil. Anya, what's wrong with you? Why are you yelling at us? I don't know. Didn't know I was yelling. Donna M. Thanks, Neil. Donna M. signing off. Good night. Good night, Donna. Mega Pony. Always remember his trademarks. Uses his latest pet to gain pity and ask for dollars. 2. Chase away whoever asks or point the truth. 3. Saying this and that with conviction. But adding, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Are you always right? Neil Gondek, read the recent snow. All right, that's a good advice. Read the recent snowflake release from last week. The customers they have will be examples of what Rail can achieve. That's good advice, Neil. I'll try to find that. Mega Pony, it's your money. Good luck. Hey, Mr. BL. Notice the few loyals getting frustrated. Mr. BL knows the previous loyals just are gone too. Yeah. There's fewer people that listen. It's probably my personality, and it's been a long year, and I only talk about one thing pretty much. Hey, Mr. Bill, we'll be selling this stock this week, whatever the price is. Finally had enough of it. All right, that's a good sign of a bottom. If you actually hold any stock, had enough of it. Thank you. Mr. BL, my only regret is not listening to those few who came here to warn about William more than a year ago. Do you really own stock? Anya, when it comes to stock, I don't want to be a dreamer. Anya, I want to be realistic. Okay. Anya, good night. You'll let me go dream. Thanks for joining. Ricky, uh, could be a soft basher, maybe sent here from Tony. She has an agenda. I could be wrong. Let her sell at a daughter. She can thank Tony later. Good point, Ricky. The Dell app, man, a ton of shills, William. Something is up, and I think it's good for us. I think you have a point there, Adela. I think you really do. I think you really do. Um, this onslaught hasn't happened for a while. I do recognize that one. Her name's changed, but that one I think's part of a group that have attacked me before. Look, guys, I would say I was firmly wrong on logic, but on the other hand, I can't control what the CEO decides, and I fought for it. But I've also been evolving and learning what's going on. But in terms of finger, GTII, CRTD, wolf, none of these are my ideas. I did have ham on here basically every day. Where I was wrong was the idea of a short squeeze. I bought into his argument. I'm not blaming him, but it's just not accurate. John, but on the other hand, I'm not trying to minimize. I'm not trying to blame anybody. John JJ, when do you see MMTLP resolving? Well, that is the question that everybody, of course, has. I will start by saying something very positive. I trust Junk Savvy. And on the other call the other day, I might have asked her, somebody asked her, and she is highly confident that something's coming soon. And I really do believe she's capable of analyzing a lot of information and coming to the right conclusion. So I'll start with that positive. I think that the breakthrough with them, the bankruptcy judge in the other case, leading to the street having to show this fraud, at least in the bankruptcy case, that's a real breakthrough. I'm not sure it'll come over to us, but part of it is the trading in MMTLP. And I think that could get the street to try to settle. So those are my positives. The negatives, I really think people should move their MMTLP to NextBridge, even at this late date, even now. And I think the attorneys on the other side and Wall Street, for the most part, is going to try to walk away from this. And so I guess I'm cautiously optimistic, particularly after hearing Junk Savvy, but I still have this great nagging concern that MMTLP is not going to be worth very much, that NextBridge is. And so that's how I see it. Why put all your eggs in the MMTLP? Why not put all your eggs over at NextBridge? If there's an MMTLP quote resolution or resolving, it's going to apply to Nextbridge people if they want to take it. But when do I see it happening? A bankruptcy case can go on for another year or two. So I guess that's the framework that how long it could take. On the other hand, if in the bankruptcy, the attorneys notice that their clients are at a lot of risk of being found out for fraud, maybe there'll be an attempt to settle just to hide that data from everybody, because there'll be a release. I'm not all that optimistic, though. Bankruptcy can go on and on and on. And so even though Junk Savvy's I trust her. So I would listen to her optimism. But even though she has that, I just can't get over my negativity or caution. And I think one of the biggest solutions to that is to move your shares over to Nextbridge. Well, I was going to go through, like Ricky sent me the earnings. I was going to go through that. It's 1:30 though. I got to go get some sleep. I do agree with, was it Neil that said, or somebody said that there's a lot of shills. I agree. But listen to what Neil said. And we'll try to go over Snowflake next time. But listen to what Neil said. I think a lot is going on behind the scenes. I really do. So I thank everybody for showing up. Please just remember, and the reason I took all of that, just remember these guys, whether they're friendly, they're nice, they make fun of me, they say I'm yelling at you, which I might be, they ridicule me, they delegitimize me, whatever. None of it matters. Railtown is going to do what Railtown does. And it's going to be fine. And this idea of, she's saying she's not a day trader. I'll accept her at that. But the idea of getting out at a buck on a stock it's backwards. You've got to come up with what you think the stock is worth. And then you don't day trade. You don't trade it. If someone owns Tesla at 100 and thinks it's worth 600, why are they going to sell at 125? It just doesn't make any sense. If you understand what Railtown's worth, why sell it at $1? If it goes to be more than what you think it's worth, that's probably good reason to sell. If it ever does that in this next year term. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. I'm dead tired. I wish everybody peace. I'm glad Anya owns a lot of stock. I hope she keeps it. And I'm sorry I didn't get to all the data. I don't know if I'm going to go live tomorrow because I got to get up early. I got to go to the SEC. I got a doctor's appointment. And I think by the time all that's done, I might just go I don't know, take a nap. Anyway, we'll see each other.